There comes a moment when the mind stops feeling tired and starts feeling empty, not because life defeated you, but because you've been carrying too much for too long without ever truly resting inside yourself. You kept showing up, kept solving problems, kept pretending you were fine, but deep down, something inside you has been whispering for relief, not noise, not distraction, just peace. Most people think exhaustion only lives in the body, but the deepest exhaustion lives in the mind. It's the kind that follows you into bed at night, the kind that keeps replaying conversations long after they ended, the kind that turns silence into pressure instead of comfort. You close your eyes, but the thoughts keep moving, the worries keep speaking, and the nervous system never fully lets go. The Stoics understood something most people never learn. A restless mind cannot heal in a restless life. Peace begins the moment you stop wrestling with every thought that enters your head. The moment you stop demanding answers from life every second. The moment you allow yourself to simply breathe without carrying the entire world on your shoulders. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the soul becomes dyed by the color of its thoughts. And over time, constant stress, fear, pressure, disappointment, and emotional exhaustion slowly darken the inner world without us even noticing. But the good news is this: the mind can recover, slowly, quietly, gently, like a storm losing strength in the distance. Tonight is not about becoming someone new. It's about returning to the version of yourself that existed before the burnout, before the overthinking, before the endless pressure to always be strong. This is your time to unclench the mind, to soften the tension inside your chest, to let the noise finally settle. For the next 4 hours, you do not need to fix your life. You do not need to chase anything. You do not need to prove your worth to anyone. Just rest. Just listen. Just allow these Stoic reflections to slowly rebuild the parts of you that have been running on empty for far too long. And maybe that exhaustion did not begin with work, or responsibilities, or even stress. Maybe it began the moment you became the person everyone leaned on, the strong one, the listener, the fixer, the calm voice in other people's storms, while your own inner world slowly filled with noise no one noticed. Because some of the most exhausted people are not the ones carrying heavy schedules, but the ones carrying heavy emotions that were never theirs to hold alone. There is a special kind of tiredness that comes from always being emotionally available for everyone else. It does not show up like normal exhaustion. You can still smile, still answer messages, still go to work, still help people solve their problems. But deep inside, something feels drained in a way sleep alone cannot fix. It is the exhaustion of constantly pouring emotional energy outward while almost nothing flows back inward. Some people became this way very early in life. They learned that love meant listening, that safety meant staying calm for everyone else, that being needed gave them value. So they became emotional caregivers without even realizing it. The friend everyone vents to, the family member who keeps the peace, the person who absorbs tension in every room without complaining. Over time, this role becomes so normal that they stop asking themselves a dangerous question: who takes care of the person always taking care of everyone else? The Stoics believed that peace begins with understanding what truly belongs to you, your mind, your choices, your actions. But emotionally exhausted people often carry things that were never theirs to carry. Other people's moods, other people's anger, other people's fears, other people's expectations. And slowly, without noticing it, they become emotionally overcrowded. Their inner world stops feeling like a place of rest and starts feeling like a storage room filled with everyone else's emotional weight. One of the hardest truths to accept is that constantly rescuing others can quietly become an addiction. Not because you enjoy suffering, but because being needed can make you feel important, useful, safe. Some people fear that if they stop fixing everyone, they will lose their place in people's lives. So they keep giving emotional energy even when their soul is begging for rest. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become consumed by the emotions and chaos around him. He understood that compassion does not mean absorbing every storm. You can care deeply about people without drowning in their emotional pain. But many people were never taught this balance. They confuse love with emotional self-sacrifice. They believe that being a good person means always being available, always understanding, always helping, even while their own mental health quietly collapses. And the dangerous part is that emotional exhaustion rarely announces itself loudly. It builds slowly. You stop enjoying silence because your mind is too full. You feel irritated over small things. You become emotionally numb around people you love. You begin dreading conversations because every interaction feels like another emotional demand. Even rest stops feeling restorative because the nervous system never fully relaxes. Sometimes you can spend years being emotionally strong for others while secretly becoming emotionally absent from yourself. You know everyone else's struggles, but you no longer know your own needs. You have become so focused on supporting people that you forgot how to listen inward, and eventually the soul begins to protest, not through dramatic breakdowns at first, but through quiet emptiness, through emotional fatigue, through the feeling that life has become something you survive instead of experience. The Stoics taught that inner peace requires boundaries, not walls made from bitterness, but healthy limits built from self-respect. Because every time you say yes to emotional overload when your spirit is already exhausted, you quietly abandon yourself. And abandonment always leaves consequences inside the mind. Many emotionally exhausted people also struggle with guilt whenever they try to rest. The moment they stop helping, they feel selfish. The moment they disconnect, they feel like they are failing others. But this guilt often comes from conditioning, not wisdom. You were not placed on this earth to carry every wounded person until you disappear inside yourself. Even nature understands balance. Trees lose leaves, oceans pull back before returning again. Night exists because constant daylight would destroy the earth. Rest is not weakness. Withdrawal is not failure. Silence is not selfishness. Sometimes stepping back is the healthiest thing a person can do for both themselves and others. Seneca once warned that people who are constantly busy with the problems of others often lose ownership of their own lives, and this happens quietly. A person wakes up one day emotionally exhausted, mentally scattered, spiritually numb, wondering why they no longer feel alive inside. But the answer is often hidden in years of emotional overgiving without recovery. Healing begins when you finally understand that your energy is sacred. Your peace matters too. Your nervous system deserves care too. You are allowed to protect your inner world without becoming cold. You are allowed to rest without earning it first. You are allowed to stop carrying emotional burdens that were slowly crushing your spirit. And tonight, maybe for the first time in a long time, you can let some of that weight fall from your shoulders. Not all at once, not perfectly, just gently, quietly, like someone finally putting down heavy bags after carrying them for miles in silence. And once you begin putting down the emotional weight that was never yours to carry, something strange can happen. The body may lie still, but the mind begins walking backward. It returns to things people said, things you should have said, things you wish you had ignored, things you wish you had understood sooner. Because a tired mind does not always fall asleep when the day ends. Sometimes it opens the old rooms of memory and starts searching for peace in places where pain was left unfinished. There is a reason certain conversations come back at night. They do not return because you are weak. They return because some part of you is still trying to make sense of what disturbed your spirit. A harsh word, a cold reply, a moment of disrespect, a silence that felt like rejection. During the day, you may be too busy to feel it fully. You move, work, answer calls, solve problems, pretend it did not affect you. But at night, when the world becomes quiet, the mind finally has room to bring forward what was pushed aside. This is why people replay conversations when they are exhausted. The mind is not simply remembering, it is trying to repair. It keeps going back to the moment, asking, what did that mean? Did I say too much? Did I say too little? Should I have defended myself? Did they misunderstand me? And before you know it, one small conversation becomes a courtroom inside your head. You become the judge, the witness, the accused, and the lawyer all at once. No wonder you wake up tired before morning even arrives. The Stoics understood that much of our suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the meaning we attach to them. Someone speaks carelessly, and the words are over in seconds. But the mind can carry those words for days, weeks, even years, if it turns them into a story about your worth. This is where the pain grows, not in the sentence itself, but in the interpretation that follows. They do not respect me. I am not valued. I should have known better. I always let people treat me this way. And suddenly the conversation is no longer about what happened. It becomes a mirror reflecting every old wound that still needs healing. A tired mind replays old conversations because it wants control over something that has already passed. It wants to go back and change the tone, the timing, the answer, the ending. But life does not allow us to edit yesterday, and when we refuse to accept that, the mind keeps reopening the same scene, hoping for a different emotional result. This is why rumination feels so draining. You are spending tonight's energy trying to rewrite a moment that no longer exists. Epictetus taught that we should separate what is ours from what is not ours. Your words belong to you. Your intentions belong to you. Your character belongs to you. But someone else's reaction, judgment, misunderstanding, or emotional immaturity does not belong to you. When you keep replaying a conversation to control how someone saw you, you are handing your peace to a place where you have no true power. Sometimes the mind also replays conversations because there was something you swallowed instead of expressing. Maybe you stayed quiet to avoid conflict. Maybe you laughed when something hurt you. Maybe you said, "It's fine," when it was not fine. The body remembers these small betrayals of self. And later, in the quiet, the mind brings them back, not to punish you, but to show you where you abandoned your own truth. But there is a gentle lesson here. Not every replay needs an answer. Sometimes it only needs acknowledgement. You can say to yourself, "That hurt me." You can say, "I wish I had responded differently." You can say, "I understand why my mind keeps returning there." This kind of honesty softens the loop, because what keeps pain alive is often not the memory itself, but the refusal to admit how deeply it affected you. The Stoic path is not about pretending words do not hurt. It is about refusing to let old words become the ruler of your inner world. You can learn from a conversation without living inside it. You can recognize disrespect without building a home in resentment. You can regret your silence without hating yourself for it. You can decide that next time you will speak with more calm, more firmness, more self-respect. That is growth. That is wisdom. That is the mind turning pain into instruction instead of punishment. At night, when the old conversations return, do not fight them with more tension. Fighting thoughts often gives them more strength. Instead, observe them like clouds passing through a dark sky. See the memory, notice the feeling, name the wound, Then remind yourself, this moment is over. I am here now. My peace does not live in that conversation anymore. This is how the loop begins to loosen. Not by forcing the mind to forget, but by teaching it that the lesson has been received. The mind keeps repeating what it believes is unfinished. So give it closure from within. You may never get the apology. You may never get the explanation. You may never get the chance to say the perfect words, but you can still reclaim the night. And maybe tonight, as your body rests and your breathing slows, you can stop trying to win arguments that ended long ago. You can stop returning to rooms where your spirit was disturbed. You can let the past speak once, then let silence answer. Because a rebuilt mind does not need to replay every painful conversation. It learns, releases, and comes home to itself. And slowly, as the mind stops revisiting every painful interaction, another truth begins to appear. Not everyone truly wants to understand you. Some people only want a version of you that makes them comfortable. A version that stays quiet, agrees easily, never changes, never grows, never challenges the role they assign to you. And the moment you become different, the moment you begin protecting your peace, misunderstanding often follows. Some of the deepest exhaustion in life comes from trying to explain your heart to people who already decided not to see it clearly. People who twist your words. People who only hear what matches their assumptions. People who ask for honesty, then punish you when you finally speak honestly. At first, you keep trying. You explain again. You clarify your intentions. You defend your choices. You replay your reasons carefully, hoping that if you just say it the right way, they will finally understand you. But some minds are not listening to understand. They are listening to confirm what they already believe. And this creates a painful trap. The more misunderstood you feel, the more desperate you become to correct the misunderstanding. You start carrying invisible emotional pressure everywhere. Pressure to prove your goodness. Pressure to prove your motives. Pressure to prove you are not selfish, cold, difficult, ungrateful, weak, or wrong. Slowly, your peace becomes dependent on other people's opinions, and that is one of the fastest ways to lose yourself. The Stoics warned against placing your inner stability in the hands of other people. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that people will judge no matter what you do. If you speak, someone will dislike your words. If you stay silent, someone will misunderstand your silence. If you succeed, some will envy you. If you fail, some will mock you. Trying to manage every opinion around you becomes emotional slavery because there is no finish line. No moment where every person suddenly approves of you completely. A tired mind often believes peace comes from finally being understood by everyone. But true peace begins when you realize that some people are committed to misunderstanding you because it protects the story they want to tell themselves. Your growth may remind them of their stagnation. Your boundaries may expose their control. Your calmness may frustrate people who depended on your emotional reactions. And instead of questioning themselves, they question you. This is why explaining yourself endlessly can become spiritually draining. Every explanation is an attempt to earn permission to exist peacefully, but your existence does not require universal approval. Your healing does not require everyone's agreement. Your boundaries do not become invalid because someone dislikes them. There is hidden strength in silence, not silence from fear, but silence from clarity. The kind of silence that no longer feels the need to attend every argument. The kind that understands that not every misunderstanding deserves correction. Some people misunderstand you because they only know the old version of you. Others misunderstand you because they never truly listened in the first place. And some misunderstand you because your truth interrupts the comfort of their illusions. Epictetus taught that if someone speaks badly of you, you should not spend your energy chasing every accusation. Instead, live in a way that makes the truth visible over time. This does not mean becoming passive or allowing abuse. It means understanding that your energy is too valuable to waste on endless emotional trials where the verdict was already decided before you arrived. Many people secretly carry childhood wounds that make misunderstanding feel unbearable. Maybe you grew up feeling unseen. Maybe your emotions were dismissed. Maybe love was only given when you behaved correctly. So now, whenever someone misjudges you, it feels bigger than the moment itself. It touches old pain. The nervous system reacts as if your worth is being threatened, and suddenly, a simple disagreement feels emotionally overwhelming because the inner child still fears rejection. But healing changes something important. You begin realizing that misunderstanding is not always rejection. Sometimes it is simply limitation, limited awareness, limited emotional maturity, limited perspective. Not everyone has the capacity to fully see you, and once you accept this, you stop exhausting yourself trying to force clarity into closed minds. The Stoics believed that your character matters more than your reputation, because reputation lives in unstable places, other people's thoughts, and thoughts change constantly. One day someone praises you, the next day they criticize you. If your peace rises and falls with every opinion, your inner world will never feel stable. There is freedom in becoming emotionally rooted inside yourself. Freedom in saying, "I know my intentions." Freedom in no longer writing emotional essays in your head, trying to convince people to see your heart correctly. Freedom in accepting that some relationships only survive when you abandon yourself to keep others comfortable. And strangely enough, when you stop over-explaining, your nervous system begins relaxing in ways you never expected. You stop rehearsing imaginary conversations before bed. You stop carrying the pressure of managing how everyone sees you. You stop shrinking your truth to avoid discomfort. And little by little, the soul starts breathing again. This does not make you cold. It makes you wiser. Because wisdom understands something exhaustion often forgets. Not everyone deserves unlimited access to your emotional energy. Some people will misunderstand you, no matter how gently you speak, no matter how carefully you explain, no matter how much love you offer. And at some point, protecting your peace becomes more important than winning their approval. Tonight, you do not need to defend your heart to the entire world. You do not need to carry the burden of correcting every false perception. Let people misunderstand what they are determined to misunderstand. Let silence do what endless explanations never could. Because the deepest peace often begins the moment you stop begging to be fully understood by people committed to seeing only fragments of you. And after a person stops chasing universal approval, another kind of freedom slowly begins to grow. The freedom of no longer allowing outer chaos to completely control the inner world. Because life does not suddenly become peaceful once you heal. Problems still arrive. Uncertainty still appears. People still disappoint you. The world still moves in unpredictable ways. But the Stoics discovered something powerful long ago. Peace is not created by controlling life. It is created by learning how not to collapse inside it. Some people spend their entire lives waiting for perfect conditions before allowing themselves to rest. They tell themselves, "Once everything is solved, then I'll relax." But life rarely gives that moment. There is always another problem, another pressure, another uncertainty waiting around the corner. And if peace depends entirely on external stability, the mind stays trapped in permanent tension. The Stoics lived in difficult times: wars, betrayal, illness, political corruption, sudden loss, uncertainty about survival. Marcus Aurelius himself ruled during plagues, conflict, and endless responsibility. Yet in the middle of chaos, he wrote constantly about inner stillness, not because his life was calm, but because he understood something many people never learn. External chaos becomes dangerous when it enters the mind and makes a home there. A restless world can survive around you, but once restlessness begins living inside you, sleep disappears, clarity disappears, emotional balance disappears. This is why so many people lie awake exhausted while their thoughts continue racing. Their body is in bed, but their mind is still fighting tomorrow's battles before morning even arrives. The Stoics practiced mental discipline because they understood that the mind easily becomes addicted to fear. It starts preparing for disasters that have not happened. It imagines worst-case scenarios repeatedly. It searches for certainty in situations where certainty does not exist, and eventually the nervous system forgets how to relax completely. But Stoicism was never about pretending nothing hurts. It was about learning how to remain internally steady even while life moved unpredictably around you, like the center of a storm remaining calm while everything outside spins violently. This kind of peace is not natural at first. It must be practiced slowly, gently, repeatedly. One of the ways Stoics slept peacefully during uncertain times was by accepting a difficult truth. Much of life is outside your control. At first, this sounds uncomfortable. The human mind wants guarantees. It wants promises. It wants certainty about the future. But constantly demanding certainty from life creates endless anxiety because life cannot provide it. The Stoics found peace not by controlling uncertainty, but by making peace with uncertainty itself. Epictetus taught that suffering increases whenever we become emotionally attached to controlling things beyond our power. Other people's actions, future outcomes, unexpected loss, public opinion, timing, fate. The more tightly you grip these things, the more fragile the mind becomes. But when you focus only on your own character, choices, and responses, something inside you begins to settle. A calm mind does not come from knowing the future. It comes from trusting your ability to meet the future when it arrives. This is why Stoics practiced returning themselves to the present moment again and again. Not because the present was always pleasant, but because the mind suffers most when trapped between regret about yesterday and fear about tomorrow. Chaos grows strongest in imagined futures. The body sits safely in a quiet room, but the mind runs through disasters that may never happen, and eventually exhaustion becomes constant. Many people also unknowingly create emotional chaos by feeding the mind endless stimulation, constant noise, constant information, constant comparison, constant emotional reactions. The nervous system never receives silence long enough to recover. The Stoics valued solitude because silence allowed the mind to separate real problems from imagined ones. Without silence, every fear feels urgent. Every thought feels important. Every emotion feels permanent. Seneca often reflected on death, uncertainty, and hardship, not to become negative, but to remove fear's control over the mind. He believed that when you calmly accept the reality that life contains uncertainty, uncertainty loses some of its power to terrify you. Most anxiety comes not from difficulty itself, but from resisting the truth that difficulty is part of being human. And strangely enough, acceptance creates more peace than endless resistance ever could. There is also deep wisdom in understanding that rest is not laziness during difficult times. Many people become emotionally hyper-alert during stress. They feel guilty resting while problems exist. They feel irresponsible if they are not constantly thinking, planning, or worrying. But a mind deprived of stillness becomes weaker, not stronger. Even warriors in ancient times understood the importance of rest before battle. The Stoics believed that inner stillness creates clearer judgment. A panicked mind reacts impulsively. A still mind sees wisely. This is why emotional calmness is not weakness. It is strength under control. And maybe tonight you do not need to solve every uncertainty in your life before allowing yourself peace. Maybe you do not need all the answers before your mind deserves rest. You can let tomorrow arrive tomorrow. You can let the future remain unopened for now. You can breathe without trying to predict every possible outcome. Because deep sleep begins the moment the mind finally understands that it does not need to carry the entire future tonight. The world may remain uncertain. People may remain unpredictable. Life may continue changing in ways you cannot control. But within all of that movement, there can still be a quiet place inside you, untouched by the noise. A place the Stoics protected carefully. A place where the mind loosens its grip on fear and remembers how to become still again. And in that stillness, healing quietly begins. And the more a person learns to become still inside uncertainty, the more clearly they begin to notice another hidden source of exhaustion. Not just stress from the outside world, but the quiet pain of living a life that no longer feels connected to who they truly are. Because sometimes the deepest burnout does not come from doing too much. It comes from becoming someone you were never meant to be, just to survive, belong, or keep other people comfortable. There is a kind of sadness that grows slowly over the years. So slowly that most people do not notice it happening. They wake up, follow routines, meet expectations, fulfill responsibilities, smile when needed, say the right things, keep moving forward. From the outside, life may even appear successful, but deep inside, something feels disconnected, empty, like the soul has been living behind glass, watching life instead of fully feeling it. This is the burnout created by silent self-betrayal. It begins in small ways. You ignore your real feelings to avoid conflict. You say yes when your spirit wants to say no. You choose stability over meaning so many times that eventually you no longer remember what truly excites you. You adapt yourself to fit relationships, workplaces, family expectations, social pressure, survival. Little by little you stop asking, what feels true to me, and start asking only, what will keep everything peaceful around me? At first, this seems responsible, mature, practical, but over time, the mind pays a heavy price for living too far away from its own truth. The Stoics believed that inner peace depends on living in alignment with your nature, not chasing every desire blindly, but also not abandoning your deepest values just to gain approval or avoid discomfort. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to stop drifting away from his own principles under the pressure of the world around him. Because every time a person repeatedly acts against their inner truth, something inside weakens. And the frightening part is that self-betrayal rarely feels dramatic in the beginning. It feels normal. You convince yourself you are just being flexible, just being realistic, just keeping people happy. But the soul notices every compromise made against itself, even when the mind tries to ignore it. Many people live years inside emotional roles they never consciously chose. The caretaker, the achiever, the peacemaker, the strong one, the invisible one, the responsible one. And after carrying these identities long enough, they no longer know where the role ends and the real self begins. This creates a strange kind of exhaustion. You become tired even after resting. You lose excitement for things that once mattered. Conversations feel draining. Motivation disappears. Small tasks feel emotionally heavy, not because you are lazy, but because the soul becomes exhausted when forced to live too long without authenticity. The body can survive pressure for long periods, but the spirit struggles when it cannot breathe honestly. Seneca warned that many people are busy their entire lives without ever truly living. They chase obligations endlessly while neglecting the inner world completely. And eventually, they wake up emotionally numb, wondering why life feels so empty despite all their effort. Burnout becomes especially dangerous when a person has spent years earning love through performance. Some people learned very early that acceptance depended on achievement, obedience, usefulness, or emotional self-sacrifice. So they became experts at reading what others needed while slowly disconnecting from their own inner voice. They became who everyone else wanted them to be, and the more approval they received, the more they abandoned themselves without realizing it. But eventually, the nervous system begins sending signals: anxiety, chronic exhaustion, irritability, emotional numbness, difficulty sleeping, loss of meaning. The mind starts resisting the life the soul no longer recognizes as its own. This is why some people secretly fantasize about disappearing for a while, not because they truly want to escape life, but because they desperately want relief from the constant performance of being someone they no longer feel connected to. The Stoics understood that external success means very little if the inner world is collapsing quietly. A person can gain status, money, admiration, even stability, while still feeling spiritually lost. Because peace does not come from living the life others approve of. It comes from living in a way that allows your mind to rest honestly inside itself. And honesty can feel terrifying after years of self-betrayal. Sometimes honesty means admitting you are exhausted from pretending to enjoy things that drain you. Sometimes it means recognizing that certain relationships survive only because you abandoned your real feelings inside them. Sometimes it means facing the painful truth that you built parts of your life around fear instead of meaning. But this awareness is not failure. It is awakening. Because healing begins the moment you stop treating your own soul like an inconvenience. You begin listening inward again. You notice what gives energy and what quietly steals it. You stop forcing yourself into emotional spaces that constantly leave you depleted. You stop shrinking your truth to maintain artificial peace. And slowly, very slowly, life begins feeling real again. The Stoics believed that a peaceful mind comes from inner alignment, your thoughts, actions, and values moving together instead of constantly fighting each other. When you betray yourself repeatedly, the mind lives in conflict. But when you begin living more honestly, something inside softens, sleep deepens, breathing slows, emotional heaviness begins loosening its grip. And tonight, maybe you do not need to solve your entire life all at once. Maybe you only need to stop running so far away from yourself. Maybe you only need to admit that the exhaustion you feel is not weakness, but the soul asking to come home again after years of being ignored. Because a mind running on empty is often a mind that spent too many years trying to become acceptable to everyone except itself. And once a person begins reconnecting with their true self, another hidden truth slowly becomes impossible to ignore. The mind and body were never meant to live separate lives. What burdens the mind eventually burdens the body too. And many people walking around physically exhausted are not only tired from work, lack of sleep, or responsibilities. They are tired from carrying non-stop emotional tension inside their nervous system every single day. Some exhaustion cannot be fixed with sleep alone because the body is reacting to a mind that never truly rests. Emotional overthinking is one of the quietest forms of self-destruction because it often looks invisible from the outside. A person may appear calm, functional, even successful, but internally, their mind is constantly running, analyzing conversations, predicting problems, rehearsing future scenarios, reliving past mistakes, searching for hidden meanings in people's words and behaviors. The brain remains active long after the body becomes exhausted. And eventually, the body begins paying the price for battles happening entirely inside the mind. The Stoics understood that uncontrolled thinking drains life force. Marcus Aurelius warned himself repeatedly not to become consumed by unnecessary mental suffering. He noticed how quickly the mind creates additional pain by resisting reality, fearing the future, or obsessing over things beyond control. What begins as thought slowly becomes tension, and tension, when carried long enough, settles into the body itself. This is why emotional overthinking often creates physical symptoms people do not fully understand. Tight shoulders, constant fatigue, brain fog, headaches, chest heaviness, digestive problems, difficulty sleeping deeply, sudden irritability, a nervous system stuck in permanent alertness. The body behaves as though danger is always nearby because the mind never stops scanning for threats. Many people think rest simply means lying down, but true rest only happens when the nervous system feels safe enough to release tension, and an overthinking mind rarely allows this safety to fully happen. Some people wake up already exhausted because their mind never stopped working during the night. Even while sleeping, the nervous system remains emotionally activated. The body rests lightly instead of deeply. Muscles stay tense. Breathing stays shallow. Thoughts continue moving beneath the surface like waves that never fully settle. Over time, this constant mental strain slowly weakens emotional resilience. Small problems begin feeling overwhelming. Patience becomes thinner. Motivation disappears faster. Even joyful moments feel harder to enjoy because the mind is too crowded to fully experience peace. And the tragedy is that many overthinkers mistake this exhaustion for personal weakness. They criticize themselves for lacking energy without realizing their mind has been running an emotional marathon for years. The Stoics believed that peace begins with discipline over attention, not controlling every thought perfectly, but learning not to feed every fear, every assumption, every imagined disaster. Because the mind becomes whatever it repeatedly practices. A mind trained to constantly search for problems eventually loses the ability to relax even in safe moments. Epictetus taught that people suffer more from imagination than reality itself. And modern life makes this even worse. Endless information, endless comparison, endless stimulation, endless opportunities to worry. The brain receives more emotional input in a single day than ancient humans sometimes received in months. And without inner discipline, the nervous system becomes overloaded. Emotional overthinking also creates a hidden addiction to control. The mind believes that if it thinks hard enough, predicts enough, analyzes enough, it can prevent pain. But this is an illusion. Most overthinking does not create safety. It creates exhaustion. You see this clearly at night. The body begs for sleep, while the mind keeps trying to solve tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. Thoughts repeat themselves endlessly, not because they are useful, but because the nervous system mistakes constant thinking for preparation. And so the cycle continues. The more exhausted you become, the harder it becomes to think clearly. And the harder it becomes to think clearly, the more anxiety grows. Seneca once wrote that people often suffer more in imagination than in reality. A single fear imagined repeatedly can drain more energy than the actual event itself. This is why emotional overthinking feels so physically heavy. The body reacts to imagined emotional danger almost the same way it reacts to real danger. Stress hormones rise, muscles tighten, energy gets redirected towards survival instead of restoration. But healing begins the moment you stop treating every thought like an emergency. The Stoics practiced observing thoughts instead of immediately obeying them. A fearful thought appears, an anxious prediction appears, a painful memory appears. Instead of wrestling with it endlessly, They learn to pause and ask, is this within my control? Is this helping me? Is this reality, or only fear speaking loudly? This simple awareness weakens the storm, because not every thought deserves your full emotional energy. Sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is allow a thought to pass through your mind without building a home for it, without analyzing it for hours, without turning it into a story about your future. Thoughts lose power when they stop receiving endless emotional attention, and slowly the body responds to this inner calmness. Breathing deepens, sleep softens, muscles relax. The nervous system begins trusting that it no longer has to remain in constant survival mode. Tonight, maybe your body is not asking for more pressure, more analysis, or more emotional effort. Maybe it is simply asking for quiet, for stillness, for permission to stop mentally carrying the future for a few hours. Because exhaustion is not always caused by what you physically do each day. Sometimes it is caused by what your mind refuses to put down. And a rebuilt mind begins healing the moment it learns that peace is not found through endless thinking, but through finally allowing the nervous system to rest. And after carrying emotional strain for so long, many people reach a point where even rest begins to feel uncomfortable. They finally sit down, finally slow their pace, finally try to breathe. And instead of peace, guilt appears. A strange inner voice starts whispering that they should be doing more, fixing more, achieving more, solving more, as if their worth depends entirely on staying productive every moment of their existence. This is one of the quietest addictions in modern life. Not addiction to substances, but addiction to constant productivity. At first, society rewards it. People praise the person who never stops working, the person always available, always busy, always pushing through exhaustion. Rest becomes treated like something you earn only after completely draining yourself. And over time, many people stop knowing how to relax without feeling irresponsible. The dangerous part is that productivity addiction often disguises itself as ambition, discipline, or responsibility. But beneath it, there is usually fear. Fear of falling behind, fear of disappointing others, fear of feeling unimportant, fear of slowing down long enough to finally feel what has been buried underneath all the movement. Some people stay busy because silence forces them to meet themselves honestly. The Stoics believed that a wise life required balance between action and stillness. Even Marcus Aurelius, one of the most disciplined men in history, understood the importance of mental recovery. He reminded himself not to become consumed by endless activity, because a mind constantly pushed beyond its limits eventually loses clarity, patience, and emotional strength. But many people today have trained their nervous systems to feel unsafe during rest. The moment they stop working, guilt rises, anxiety rises, restlessness rises. They check their phones repeatedly. They search for tasks. They mentally review unfinished responsibilities. Even during vacations or quiet moments, the mind remains emotionally on. The body sits still, but internally, pressure continues running like an engine that never shuts off. This creates a painful cycle. The more exhausted a person becomes, the more they believe they need to work harder to feel valuable. And the more they work without proper recovery, the more emotionally numb and physically drained they become. Eventually, life stops feeling lived and starts feeling managed. The Stoics warned against becoming enslaved by external achievement. Not because achievement is wrong, but because identity built entirely around productivity becomes fragile. If your self-worth depends only on what you accomplish, then rest begins feeling like failure. Stillness begins feeling dangerous, and eventually exhaustion becomes permanent because the nervous system never receives permission to fully recover. Many people were conditioned this way very early in life. They received praise for performance, not presence, for achievement, not emotional well-being. They learned that being useful brought love, approval, or safety. So now, even as adults, they struggle to separate their humanity from their output. Deep down, they fear that if they stop producing, they may stop mattering. But the soul was never designed to live like a machine. Nature itself teaches this wisdom constantly. Trees rest during winter. Oceans rise and fall in rhythm. Even the heart survives through cycles of tension and release. Nothing healthy functions through non-stop pressure. Yet humans often expect themselves to operate endlessly without emotional or physical renewal. And eventually, the body protests. You begin waking up exhausted no matter how much sleep you get. Motivation disappears. Simple tasks feel heavier. Joy fades from things you once loved. The mind becomes foggy. Patience shortens. Small inconveniences suddenly feel overwhelming, not because you are weak, but because true recovery has been ignored for too long. Seneca once wrote that people should not merely be busy, but busy with purpose, because endless activity without inner balance slowly destroys peace. A person can spend years crossing tasks off lists while their spirit quietly starves for rest, reflection, and emotional stillness. One of the hardest lessons for exhausted people to learn is this: rest is productive. Not in the shallow modern sense of recharging to work harder tomorrow, but productive in a deeper human sense. Rest restores clarity. Rest repairs emotional balance. Rest softens the nervous system. Rest reconnects you to your inner world. Without rest, wisdom weakens, because exhaustion distorts perspective. This is why overworked minds often become emotionally reactive. A depleted nervous system struggles to handle stress calmly. Everything feels more urgent, more personal, more emotionally heavy. But after true rest, the same problems often appear smaller, clearer, more manageable. The Stoics practiced intentional stillness because they understood that peace requires space. Space to think clearly. Space to breathe deeply. Space to hear your own inner voice again beneath the noise of endless demands. And true rest is not laziness. Laziness avoids life. Rest restores life. There is a difference between escaping responsibility and allowing the mind to heal. A person constantly running on emotional depletion cannot give their best to anything. Not relationships, not work, not purpose, not even themselves. Recovery is not selfish. It is necessary. Sometimes the bravest thing a person can do is stop proving their worth through exhaustion, to sit quietly without rushing to justify it, to sleep without guilt, to enjoy a peaceful moment without feeling the need to earn it first. To understand that your value as a human being existed long before your productivity did. And tonight, maybe you do not need to carry the pressure of becoming more for a few hours. Maybe you do not need to solve, achieve, or prove anything before allowing yourself rest. The world will continue turning while you breathe slowly. Your worth will remain intact while you recover. Because healing begins when the mind finally understands that rest is not a reward for surviving exhaustion. It is part of being human. And once a person finally begins allowing themselves to rest, something unexpected often happens. The silence grows louder. No distractions, no conversations, no work, no scrolling, no constant movement to drown things out, just stillness. And inside that stillness, emotions long buried beneath activity slowly begin rising to the surface. This is why many people secretly fear silence without even realizing it. During the day, distractions protect them. Noise protects them. Busy schedules protect them. Constant stimulation keeps the deeper emotional wounds hidden beneath the surface of awareness. But when everything becomes quiet, the mind finally has room to reveal what has been waiting underneath all along. A heavy mind is not always carrying present problems. Sometimes it is carrying unprocessed emotions that were postponed for years. There are people who cannot sit in silence for even a few minutes without immediately reaching for their phone, television, music, notifications, conversations, or tasks. Not because they enjoy stimulation so much, but because distraction has become emotional protection. Silence feels uncomfortable because silence removes escape routes. It forces the mind to face itself honestly. The Stoics understood the importance of solitude because they knew the human mind often hides from its own inner condition. Marcus Aurelius spent time alone, not to isolate himself from life, but to observe his thoughts clearly without constant outside interference. He understood that a person who cannot sit peacefully with themselves will eventually become emotionally dependent on endless distraction. And modern life makes this even harder. Everywhere you look, there is noise, endless information, endless entertainment, endless stimulation competing for attention. People wake up checking notifications and fall asleep surrounded by screens. The nervous system rarely experiences true stillness anymore, and without stillness, emotional wounds remain buried instead of healed. But buried pain does not disappear. It waits. It waits beneath busyness, beneath productivity, beneath forced positivity, beneath social roles, beneath constant movement. And then one quiet night arrives when the distractions fade, and suddenly the heaviness inside becomes impossible to ignore. This is why silence often feels emotionally intense for exhausted people. The mind starts replaying feelings that never received attention: loneliness, regret, grief, fear, abandonment, disappointment, emotional exhaustion. Things ignored during survival mode begin asking to be felt at last. And many people misunderstand this moment. They believe silence is hurting them, when in reality, silence is revealing what was already hurting inside them all along. The Stoics believed that awareness is the beginning of healing. You cannot calm what you refuse to acknowledge. You cannot heal emotional wounds that are constantly buried beneath distraction. And while temporary distractions may numb discomfort for a while, they rarely create lasting peace. Eventually, the mind grows tired of running from itself. Some people have spent years avoiding quiet because quiet reminds them of what they lost. Others avoid it because silence removes the identities they hide behind. No job title, no performance, no social role, just the raw relationship between a person and their own inner world. And for many, that relationship feels neglected. A restless mind often becomes heaviest in silence because unresolved emotions finally have space to speak. During chaos, survival mode keeps everything moving. But in quiet moments, the nervous system begins lowering its defenses, allowing deeper emotional truths to surface. This is why some people suddenly feel sadness at night, even when the day seemed fine. The emotions were there all along. Silence simply removed the distractions covering them. Seneca warned that people often search everywhere for peace, except within themselves. They travel endlessly, seek constant entertainment, chase endless activity, hoping external movement will quiet internal discomfort. But wherever they go, they carry their own mind with them. True peace begins not when silence disappears, but when silence stops feeling threatening, and this takes practice. At first, stillness may feel uncomfortable because the nervous system has become addicted to stimulation. The mind expects constant input, constant emotional movement, constant distraction, but slowly, with patience, silence begins transforming from something frightening into something healing. The Stoics practiced observing thoughts quietly instead of reacting to every emotion immediately. They learned that not every feeling needs to be escaped. Some emotions simply need space to move through the body naturally. Grief softens when acknowledged. Fear weakens when observed calmly. Loneliness becomes clearer when faced honestly instead of endlessly avoided. This does not mean silence always feels peaceful immediately. Sometimes healing begins with discomfort. Sometimes the soul needs to release years of emotional noise before true stillness can emerge underneath it. But over time, something beautiful happens. The mind stops panicking during quiet moments. Breathing slows. Thoughts lose some of their urgency. The nervous system begins realizing it no longer has to stay constantly distracted to survive. And slowly, silence transforms into rest instead of emotional confrontation. You begin hearing your inner voice more clearly again. Not the anxious voice, not the fearful voice, the deeper voice underneath all the noise. The part of you that still remembers calmness. The part that was never broken, only overwhelmed. And tonight, maybe you do not need to fill every quiet moment with distraction anymore. Maybe you do not need to outrun your own inner world for a few hours. You can sit gently with yourself without judgment, without panic, without trying to immediately escape every feeling that surfaces. Because sometimes the mind feels heaviest in silence, not because silence is dangerous, but because healing finally has room to begin speaking. And as silence becomes less frightening, the mind slowly becomes ready for another forgotten skill, the ability to let the day end emotionally. Because many people carry their entire day into the night without realizing it. Every frustration, every disappointment, every awkward interaction, every pressure left unresolved. The body enters bed, but the mind continues carrying the emotional weight of hours that already passed. This is why so many people wake up tired even after sleeping. The nervous system never truly released the day. The Stoics believed that nighttime was not only for physical rest, but for mental cleansing. Before sleep, they practiced examining their thoughts, releasing emotional attachment, and separating themselves from the chaos they experienced during the day. They understood that the mind cannot enter deep rest while still gripping tightly to unfinished emotions. Most people never learned how to mentally close the day. Instead, they carry conversations into sleep, carry stress into sleep, carry anger into sleep, carry guilt into sleep, carry future worries into sleep. And little by little, the bed becomes less a place of recovery and more a place where unresolved thoughts continue repeating in darkness. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of returning the mind to itself before rest. Not through force, but through awareness. He understood that peace begins when you stop emotionally chasing every event long after it has ended. Because not everything that happened today deserves permanent space inside your mind tonight. One of the oldest Stoic practices involved reviewing the day calmly before sleep. Not to criticize themselves harshly, but to observe. What disturbed me today? What drained my peace? What did I react to emotionally? What was within my control? What was never truly mine to carry? This simple reflection created emotional separation between the self and the day's chaos. Modern life rarely gives people this pause. Most people move directly from stimulation into attempted sleep. Screens, noise, information, worry, emotional overload. The nervous system receives no signal that it is safe to release tension, so the mind stays active, holding on to everything as if it still needs immediate attention. But the Stoics practiced something different. They intentionally reminded themselves that each day is temporary. Every insult fades, every stressful moment passes, every emotional storm eventually loses strength. This perspective softened attachment to daily frustrations and allowed the mind to loosen its grip before rest. Emotional detachment does not mean becoming cold or uncaring. The Stoics never taught emotional numbness. They taught emotional balance, the ability to experience life without becoming psychologically consumed by every moment inside it. This matters deeply at night because the nervous system follows whatever emotional state the mind continues feeding. If you carry resentment into sleep, the body feels it. If you carry fear into sleep, the body responds. If you carry pressure into sleep, muscles tighten, breathing changes, thoughts remain active beneath the surface. But when the mind practices release, the body slowly follows. One powerful Stoic understanding is that many things feel emotionally urgent during the day, but lose importance with distance. A stressful email, a disagreement, a delayed plan, a moment of embarrassment. Yet exhausted minds often replay these moments repeatedly, as though survival depends on solving them immediately. The Stoics interrupted this cycle by reminding themselves of perspective. Will this matter deeply in a year? Is this situation worth surrendering tonight's peace for? Am I carrying something I cannot change anymore? These questions helped loosen unnecessary emotional attachment. Seneca practiced evening reflection not to become perfect, but to become lighter. He believed the mind should not enter sleep tangled in endless emotional noise. He understood that unresolved mental tension slowly poisons inner peace over time. And many people today desperately need this wisdom. Not every problem needs to be solved before bed. Not every emotion needs complete understanding tonight. Not every uncertainty requires immediate answers. The mind becomes exhausted when it believes it must carry the entire unfinished weight of life into every night. Sometimes healing begins with giving yourself permission to pause emotionally, to say gently, "This day is over now." Those words alone can calm the nervous system more than people realize. The Stoics also practiced accepting imperfection before sleep. They understood that human beings make mistakes, experience setbacks, react emotionally, and face difficulties constantly. Instead of endlessly punishing themselves at night, they focused on learning, adjusting, and beginning again tomorrow with clearer awareness. Many exhausted people secretly suffer because they mentally relive every flaw before bed, every awkward moment, every failure, every regret. But self-attack never creates peaceful sleep. Compassionate awareness does. A rebuilt mind learns to review the day without emotionally drowning inside it. And slowly, this changes the quality of rest itself. Breathing softens. Thoughts slow down. The nervous system stops preparing for endless emotional battles. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind no longer believes it must remain alert all night, protecting itself from unresolved tension. And tonight, maybe you can practice this ancient release gently for yourself. The conversations can wait until tomorrow. The unfinished tasks can wait until tomorrow. The fears about the future can wait until tomorrow. For now, the mind deserves stillness. You do not need to carry every emotional weight into sleep to prove you are responsible. You do not need to mentally relive the entire day to deserve rest. You can loosen your grip slowly, quietly, without guilt. Because true recovery begins the moment the mind finally learns that peace is not found in controlling every part of life, but in knowing when to let the day go. And after learning how to release the emotional weight of each day, many people begin noticing something even deeper beneath their exhaustion. A lifetime spent trying to become acceptable in the eyes of others. Because some minds are not only tired from stress or overthinking, they are tired from carrying expectations that were never truly theirs to begin with. There is a silent pressure many people live under every day. Pressure to succeed a certain way, to behave a certain way, to be admired, to avoid disappointing people, to fit into roles that earn approval. And after enough years, the soul slowly forgets what it actually wants, because it became too busy performing for acceptance. At first, this need for validation feels harmless. You want people to be proud of you, you want to belong, you want to feel valued. This is human, but the problem begins when your identity becomes completely tied to how other people respond to you. When approval becomes emotional oxygen, when rejection feels like destruction, when every decision starts revolving around keeping others comfortable instead of staying connected to your own truth. The Stoics warned constantly about the danger of placing inner peace in external hands. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people's opinions shift constantly like wind. One moment someone praises you, the next moment they criticize you. If your self-worth rises and falls with every reaction around you, your spirit never fully rests. And this creates a hidden form of emotional slavery. Some people spend decades trying to become the perfect child, perfect partner, perfect employee, perfect parent, perfect friend. They shape themselves carefully around what others expect. They silence parts of themselves to avoid judgment. They overextend themselves to earn approval. And eventually, without realizing it, they lose connection to their own inner life completely. The tragedy is that society often rewards this self-abandonment at first. People praise the person who never says no, the person who sacrifices endlessly, the person who keeps everyone happy, the person who carries impossible emotional loads quietly without complaint. But beneath that praise, exhaustion grows, because the soul was never meant to survive entirely on external validation. No amount of approval can permanently calm a mind that secretly fears rejection. This is why people who live for validation often feel emotionally unstable even after achieving success. The compliments feel temporary. The approval fades quickly. One criticism suddenly outweighs 10 affirmations. The nervous system stays hyper-alert because identity built on external opinion always feels fragile. Epictetus taught that whenever you seek peace through things outside your control, suffering becomes unavoidable. And other people's expectations are one of the most unstable things a person can build their life around, because expectations never end. If you succeed, people expect more. If you stay strong, people expect endless strength. If you give constantly, people begin expecting constant access to your energy. And the moment you begin protecting your peace, some people react as though you betrayed them simply because you stopped betraying yourself. This fractures the spirit slowly, not all at once, quietly. You stop trusting your own decisions without outside approval. You overthink every choice. You feel guilty resting, guilty disappointing people, guilty setting boundaries, guilty changing, guilty growing. Even your happiness starts depending on whether others validate it first. And eventually the mind becomes exhausted from constantly performing instead of simply existing. The Stoics believed that true freedom begins when your actions align with your values instead of public approval. This does not mean becoming selfish or emotionally distant. It means understanding that your life cannot belong entirely to everyone else's expectations without your spirit paying a price. Many emotionally exhausted people were conditioned from childhood to become approval seekers. Love may have felt conditional. Acceptance may have depended on obedience, achievement, usefulness, or emotional self-sacrifice, so they learned to monitor other people's emotions constantly, to adjust themselves constantly, to avoid disappointing others at all costs. But a person who spends their entire life avoiding disapproval eventually forgets how to live honestly. Seneca warned that people often become strangers to themselves because they spend too much time chasing admiration from crowds that are impossible to satisfy. He understood that external praise feels intoxicating at first, but dependence on it slowly weakens inner stability. Because no matter how much you give, there will always be someone who wants more. No matter how carefully you explain yourself, there will always be someone disappointed. No matter how perfectly you perform, there will always be criticism somewhere. And when your peace depends on avoiding all of that, rest becomes impossible. But something changes when a person finally becomes emotionally honest. You begin asking different questions. Not, will everyone approve? But, can I live peacefully with myself? Not, will this make everyone comfortable? But, does this betray my spirit? These questions begin rebuilding inner strength. The Stoics practiced separating self-worth from public opinion because they understood that the soul needs stable ground to rest upon. And stable ground cannot be built from constantly shifting external approval. Real peace comes from integrity, from knowing your actions match your deeper values even when not everyone understands them, from realizing that disappointing others sometimes becomes necessary to stop abandoning yourself. And strangely enough, when you stop carrying everyone else's expectations, the nervous system begins softening in ways you never expected. Sleep becomes lighter, breathing becomes calmer, decisions become clearer. The soul no longer feels stretched in 100 directions, trying to satisfy impossible emotional demands. Tonight, maybe you do not need to carry the pressure of becoming everything for everyone. Maybe you do not need to earn your right to exist peacefully through endless performance. You are allowed to step out of emotional roles that are breaking your spirit. You are allowed to disappoint expectations that require self-destruction to maintain. Because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this truth, no amount of external validation can heal the exhaustion created by constantly abandoning yourself. And after years of carrying expectations, performing strength, and holding emotional weight silently, many people become experts at looking fine while quietly falling apart inside. The world often admires strong people without realizing how exhausted they truly are. Because some of the most emotionally drained individuals are not the ones openly collapsing. They are the ones still functioning while carrying unbearable pressure in silence. These are the people everyone depends on. The calm ones, the reliable ones, the ones who keep showing up no matter how tired they feel. The ones who answer "I'm okay" automatically, even when something inside them has been struggling for a very long time. From the outside, they appear emotionally solid, disciplined, capable, stable. But internally, many high-functioning people are deeply exhausted because strength became survival long before it became identity. Some learned very early that vulnerability was unsafe. Maybe weakness was criticized. Maybe emotions were ignored. Maybe life forced them to mature too quickly. So they adapted. They became composed, responsible, emotionally controlled. They learned how to keep moving even while hurting. And over time, people stopped asking if they were okay because they always looked strong enough to handle everything. This creates a painful loneliness that few people talk about. Strong people often become emotionally invisible. Others assume they do not need support because they carry themselves so well. People lean on them constantly, unload problems onto them constantly, expect emotional stability from them constantly. And because they are used to being the strong one, they keep carrying more than they should. But the nervous system still pays the price. The Stoics understood that discipline without emotional awareness can quietly turn into inner suffering. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to examine his own mind honestly, not merely appear composed outwardly. Because true strength is not emotional suppression. It is emotional understanding guided by wisdom. Many high-functioning people survive through constant emotional control. They push feelings aside to stay productive. They compartmentalize pain to keep functioning. They distract themselves with work, responsibility, achievement, routines. And for a while, this works. The world rewards their discipline, but eventually, unprocessed emotional fatigue begins leaking through the cracks. Sleep becomes shallow. Joy feels distant. Patience weakens. Small things trigger unexpected irritation. Motivation fades. The body feels heavy even after rest, and secretly they begin fantasizing about disappearing from responsibilities for a while simply to breathe again. But because they still function externally, nobody realizes how emotionally depleted they truly are. This is one of the hidden dangers of being high-functioning. Society notices visible breakdowns more easily than silent exhaustion. If you keep working, smiling, helping, producing, people assume you are healthy. But functioning is not the same as healing. Some people are surviving emotionally while looking successful outwardly. The Stoics believed that inner peace matters more than appearance, because external image can hide deep internal imbalance. A person may appear calm publicly while privately fighting constant mental exhaustion. And the longer emotional fatigue remains hidden, the heavier it becomes. Many strong people also carry a private fear of becoming a burden themselves. They are so used to supporting others that asking for help feels deeply uncomfortable. Vulnerability feels unnatural. They worry about disappointing people if they finally admit how tired they are. So instead of opening up, they become quieter, more emotionally distant, more isolated inside themselves, and isolation quietly deepens exhaustion. Seneca warned that people who never allow themselves emotional release eventually become consumed internally by pressure they pretend not to feel. Even the strongest mind needs rest, honesty, and human connection. Constant emotional containment eventually fractures the nervous system from within. This is why emotionally drained people often feel tired in ways they cannot fully explain. It is not simply physical fatigue, it is the exhaustion of carrying emotional weight without proper release for too long. The exhaustion of always staying composed, always staying dependable, always staying emotionally available, always being the stable one. And somewhere along the way, they stopped knowing how to relax completely because survival mode became their normal state. The Stoics did not admire emotional numbness. They admired self-awareness. They believed wisdom required honesty about one's inner condition, because denying exhaustion does not remove it. Ignoring emotional pain does not heal it. Sometimes strength means finally admitting that the soul needs care too. A rebuilt mind understands that being strong does not mean carrying endless pressure without rest. It does not mean pretending nothing affects you. It does not mean suppressing every emotion until the nervous system collapses quietly under invisible strain. Real strength includes softness. It includes self-compassion. It includes knowing when to pause, knowing when to step back, knowing when your inner world needs recovery instead of more pressure. And strangely enough, when emotionally exhausted people finally stop performing constant strength, healing often begins. The body relaxes slightly, breathing deepens, sleep becomes softer. The nervous system no longer feels forced to maintain emotional armor every second of the day. Tonight, maybe you do not need to hold yourself together so tightly. Maybe you do not need to carry the image of being endlessly strong for a few hours. You are allowed to be tired, allowed to feel overwhelmed, allowed to need rest without proving your suffering first. Because some of the strongest people in the world are secretly the most emotionally exhausted. And healing begins the moment strength stops meaning silent self-destruction. And for people who have spent years being emotionally strong, endlessly productive and constantly available for others, rest often begins to feel unfamiliar, not peaceful, unfamiliar. They sit down to recover, and almost immediately guilt starts rising inside them. A quiet pressure whispers that they should be doing something useful instead, solving problems, answering messages, working harder, staying busy, as if their right to rest must first be earned through exhaustion. This is one of the most dangerous beliefs modern life quietly teaches people, that rest is a reward instead of a human need. Many people were never taught how to rest in a healthy way. They were taught how to push through, how to ignore fatigue, how to override emotional signals, how to survive pressure without slowing down. And because of this, they begin treating recovery like something reserved only for moments of complete collapse. They wait until burnout becomes unbearable before allowing themselves to stop. But the body was never designed to live this way. The Stoics understood that balance was necessary for wisdom. Even the most disciplined mind loses clarity when deprived of recovery. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human beings are not machines. They require restoration, reflection, and stillness to function well internally. A constantly exhausted mind becomes emotionally reactive, impatient, anxious, and disconnected from peace. Yet many people continue treating exhaustion as proof of worth. They feel proud of overworking, proud of surviving on little sleep, proud of never stopping, proud of carrying impossible emotional loads silently. And while discipline is valuable, there is a hidden danger when self-worth becomes attached to constant depletion. The nervous system eventually stops understanding the difference between productivity and survival mode. This is why some people feel uncomfortable during rest. Their body slows down, but their mind keeps racing. They feel restless during free time, guilty during naps, anxious during stillness. They cannot fully relax because deep down they associate rest with laziness, weakness, or failure. But this belief slowly damages both mind and body. A person deprived of recovery begins losing emotional resilience first. Small problems suddenly feel overwhelming. Patience disappears faster. Motivation weakens. Joy becomes harder to access. Even simple conversations feel emotionally draining because the nervous system has been stretched beyond healthy limits for too long. And the frightening part is that this deterioration often happens gradually enough that people normalize it. They normalize waking up exhausted, normalize emotional numbness, normalize brain fog, normalize chronic tension, normalize feeling mentally absent from their own lives, until one day they no longer remember what true rest even feels like. Seneca warned that people who constantly exhaust themselves chasing endless activity eventually lose the ability to live wisely. Because exhaustion narrows perspective, a depleted mind struggles to think clearly, love deeply, or experience peace fully. Rest was never meant to be the enemy of growth. It is part of growth itself. Nature demonstrates this truth constantly. The earth has seasons of restoration. Night exists for recovery. Muscles rebuild during rest, not during strain. Even breathing itself depends on cycles of tension and release. Nothing healthy survives through non-stop pressure. Yet humans often demand endless output from themselves while ignoring every signal their body sends asking for recovery. Some people also use busyness to avoid themselves emotionally. Constant productivity becomes distraction. If they stay moving, they do not have to feel loneliness, grief, fear, emptiness, or unresolved pain underneath the surface. Rest becomes dangerous because stillness creates space for buried emotions to finally emerge. But avoiding rest does not remove emotional wounds. It only delays healing, while exhaustion deepens quietly in the background. The Stoics practiced stillness intentionally. because they understood that recovery sharpens awareness. A calm mind sees life differently than an overwhelmed one. Problems become clearer, emotions become easier to understand, decisions become wiser. Inner balance returns slowly when the nervous system no longer feels trapped in endless survival mode. True rest is not laziness. Laziness disconnects a person from purpose. Rest reconnects a person to themselves. There is wisdom in knowing when effort is needed, and wisdom in knowing when softness is needed too. A rebuilt mind learns that recovery is not something earned only after breaking yourself completely. It becomes a daily act of respect toward your own humanity. Sleeping enough, breathing deeply, sitting quietly, taking emotional pauses, protecting moments of peace without guilt. And strangely enough, when people finally allow themselves healthy rest consistently, they often become emotionally stronger, not weaker. The nervous system becomes steadier, reactions soften, sleep deepens. The mind stops feeling constantly hunted by pressure, because exhausted people are not failing at life. They are often simply under-rested emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Tonight, maybe you do not need to justify your need for recovery anymore. Maybe your body does not need another lecture about productivity. Maybe your nervous system is simply asking for gentleness after carrying too much for too long. You are allowed to pause before reaching collapse, allowed to rest before burnout, allowed to recover without guilt. Because peace begins the moment the mind stops seeing rest as a reward for suffering and starts recognizing it as part of being alive. And once a person begins rebuilding a healthier relationship with rest, another hidden source of anxiety slowly becomes visible. A constant feeling that life is moving faster than they are, that everyone else is progressing while they remain stuck. That time is slipping away. And beneath all of it, a quiet fear whispers endlessly, "What if I'm falling behind?" This fear has become one of the defining emotional burdens of modern life. People wake up already feeling late. Late financially, late emotionally, late professionally, late spiritually, late compared to friends, family, strangers online, younger people, older people, even compared to the version of themselves they thought they would become by now. And because of this, the mind never fully rests. Even peaceful moments become contaminated by pressure. A person tries to relax, but thoughts immediately appear. I should be doing more. I'm wasting time. Other people are ahead. I need to hurry. The nervous system becomes trapped in constant urgency, as if life were a race with invisible deadlines everywhere. The Stoics understood that comparison quietly destroys inner peace because it pulls attention away from the only life you are actually living, your own. Marcus Aurelius warned himself not to become distracted by the paths of others. He understood that every human being carries different circumstances, different wounds, different timing, different struggles invisible to the outside world. Yet modern anxiety constantly pushes people to measure their worth against external timelines. And this creates permanent restlessness. Social media deepens this suffering even further. People are now exposed to endless images of achievement every day. Success, wealth, relationships, productivity, beauty, recognition, movement. Everyone appears to be advancing constantly. Meanwhile, the mind compares its private struggles to other people's public highlights. But comparison is deeply deceptive. You compare your exhausted inner world to someone else's carefully edited outer image. You compare your behind-the-scenes pain to someone else's visible victories. And slowly, gratitude disappears while anxiety grows louder. The Stoics believed that peace requires returning attention to what is actually within your control. Your actions today, your character today, your choices today. Not the speed of someone else's journey, not society's expectations about timing, not endless pressure to catch up to lives that were never yours to live. Fear of falling behind creates emotional panic because the mind begins treating life like a competition instead of an experience. Everything becomes rushed. Conversations become rushed. Healing becomes rushed. Growth becomes rushed. Even rest becomes rushed because people feel guilty slowing down while others appear to be moving ahead. But the nervous system cannot heal under constant internal pressure. Some people have spent so many years hurrying emotionally that they no longer know how to feel present. Even during meaningful moments, their mind remains focused on the next thing they should accomplish. They eat while worrying, rest while planning, sleep while mentally chasing tomorrow. And eventually, life starts feeling like something constantly escaping them. Seneca once wrote that people suffer not because life is short, but because they waste so much of it mentally chasing things that steal their peace. He understood that anxious striving often disconnects people from the present moment completely. The tragedy is that fear of falling behind rarely creates true fulfillment. It only creates temporary relief whenever milestones are reached. And soon after, the anxiety returns with new comparisons, new expectations, new pressure. Because external achievement cannot permanently calm a mind trained to believe its worth depends on constant progress. Many people also carry hidden shame about where they are in life. They look at unfinished dreams, delayed goals, financial struggles, emotional setbacks, and quietly feel like failures. But the Stoics viewed life differently. They believed wisdom was not measured by speed but by awareness, not by how quickly you moved, but by how honestly and steadily you lived. A peaceful life is not always the fastest life. Sometimes the strongest thing a person can do is stop rushing long enough to reconnect with themselves again. Nature never hurries itself, yet everything arrives in season. Trees do not panic because another tree grows taller faster. Oceans do not compete with rivers. The sun does not race the moon. But human beings exhaust themselves trying to meet invisible timelines created by fear, comparison, and social pressure. The Stoics practiced grounding themselves in the present because they understood something anxious minds often forget. The future is shaped by how you live now, not by how aggressively you fear falling behind. A restless mind believes peace exists somewhere ahead. A wise mind understands peace must also exist here, right now, in this breath, in this moment, in this quiet space where you no longer need to measure your value against everyone around you. And maybe tonight you do not need to solve your entire future before allowing yourself rest. Maybe your life is not behind. Maybe your healing is not late. Maybe your path simply looks different from the ones society constantly pushes in front of you. You are not failing because your journey moves slowly. You are not broken because you need time. You are not worthless because your life does not match someone else's timeline. Because a rebuilt mind eventually understands this truth. Anxiety grows loudest when you abandon your own path, trying to keep pace with everybody else's. And after living so long under pressure, comparison, and emotional exhaustion, many people reach a point where they no longer remember what true relaxation even feels like. Their body may sit still, but internally something remains tense, watchful, alert, as if the nervous system is constantly waiting for the next problem, the next disappointment, the next emotional wound to appear. This is the hidden damage caused by never feeling emotionally safe enough to fully relax. Some people have lived in survival mode for so many years that peace itself begins to feel unfamiliar. Their mind keeps scanning for danger, even in quiet moments. They anticipate conflict before it happens. They overanalyze people's moods. They prepare emotionally for rejection, criticism, bad news, or emotional pain before any of it even arrives. And because of this, the nervous system never fully powers down. The body remains tense long after the actual danger has passed. This kind of emotional alertness often begins early in life. Some people grew up in unstable homes where they constantly had to read emotional tension in the room. They learned to notice tone changes, facial expressions, silence, anger, unpredictability. Their nervous system adapted by becoming hyper-aware, hyper-vigilant, always prepared. At the time, this awareness may have protected them emotionally, but years later, the body still behaves as if danger is nearby, even when life becomes calmer. The Stoics understood that a fearful mind struggles to experience peace because it constantly imagines threats before they arrive. Epictetus warned that much human suffering comes not from reality itself, but from living emotionally trapped in anticipation of future pain. And this anticipation quietly drains the soul. Some people cannot fully enjoy good moments because they are already preparing for them to end. They struggle to trust peace because part of them believes calmness is temporary and danger always returns eventually. So instead of relaxing deeply, they remain emotionally braced at all times. This constant internal tension slowly damages inner peace. Sleep becomes lighter, breathing stays shallow, thoughts remain active. The body holds tightness in the chest, shoulders, stomach, jaw. Even during rest, the nervous system struggles to feel completely safe. And the exhausting part is that many people no longer realize they are doing this. Chronic alertness becomes normal. They assume everyone feels this tense internally all the time. They forget what emotional softness feels like because survival mode became their permanent emotional setting. The Stoics practiced calming the mind because they understood that peace cannot exist where constant fear controls attention. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that most imagined disasters never arrive the way the anxious mind predicts. Yet fear convinces people to stay emotionally guarded every second just in case suffering appears. But permanent emotional guarding comes with a heavy cost. You stop feeling fully present. You struggle to trust people deeply. You feel emotionally tired after ordinary interactions. You become startled easily. You over-prepare for problems. You struggle to enjoy stillness because the mind keeps waiting for interruption. And slowly, life begins feeling less like living and more like emotional defense. Many emotionally alert people also secretly fear vulnerability because relaxing fully feels dangerous. Letting your guard down means risking disappointment again. Trusting calmness means risking pain, returning unexpectedly. So the nervous system chooses tension because tension feels safer than uncertainty. But while emotional alertness may protect you from some pain, it also blocks peace from entering fully. Seneca wrote that a mind constantly disturbed by fear cannot rest wisely. Fear steals people from the present moment and traps them inside endless preparation for suffering. And sadly, many people spend more energy preparing for pain than actually experiencing life itself. The body was never designed to stay in survival mode forever. Eventually, chronic emotional alertness leads to exhaustion. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed from carrying constant internal tension. Emotional resilience weakens, patience shortens. Small stressors begin feeling enormous because the mind never fully recovered from previous strain. And this is why true healing often feels strange at first. When a person finally experiences emotional safety, the body may not immediately know how to receive it. Some people feel uncomfortable during calmness because their nervous system became addicted to tension. Silence feels suspicious. Peace feels temporary. Relaxation feels undeserved. But slowly, with gentleness, the body can relearn safety. The Stoics believed that peace grows through repeated practice, small moments of stillness, small moments of awareness, small reminders that not every moment requires defense. The nervous system heals gradually when it experiences calmness consistently enough to stop expecting immediate danger. This is why deep healing is not simply mental, it is physical too. The body must learn that it no longer needs to stay emotionally armored every second, that breathing deeply is safe, that resting is safe, that softness is safe, that calmness does not always mean something bad is about to happen afterward. And tonight, maybe your nervous system does not need more pressure, more preparation, or more emotional guarding. Maybe it simply needs permission to unclench slowly, to stop scanning for danger for a little while, to stop carrying invisible emotional armor into every quiet moment. You survived by staying alert for a very long time, but survival is not the same as peace. And a rebuilt mind eventually learns that true healing begins when the body no longer feels forced to protect itself from life every second of the day. And as the nervous system slowly learns that peace is possible again, another quiet truth begins revealing itself. Healing does not always happen in crowded places. It does not always happen through constant conversation, constant advice, or constant noise. Sometimes the deepest rebuilding happens in silence, alone, away from performance, away from pressure, away from the endless emotional demands of the world. This is why the Stoics valued solitude far more deeply than most people realize. Not because they hated people, not because they wanted isolation, but because they understood that a mind constantly surrounded by noise eventually loses connection with itself. Modern life teaches people to fear being alone. Silence feels uncomfortable. Empty space feels strange. Many rush to fill every quiet moment with stimulation because stillness forces them to face their inner condition honestly. But the Stoics believed solitude was necessary for emotional clarity. A person who never spends time alone eventually becomes shaped entirely by external influence. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inward even while surrounded by responsibility and chaos. He understood that solitude was not simply physical separation from others, it was mental separation from unnecessary noise. A return to the inner world where reflection, calmness, and self-awareness could grow again. Because without silence, the mind becomes overcrowded. Other people's opinions, other people's expectations, other people's emotions, other people's urgency. All of it piling endlessly inside the nervous system until a person no longer hears their own thoughts clearly anymore. Intentional solitude creates emotional space. Space to think slowly again. Space to breathe fully again. Space to notice what truly matters beneath the distractions. And this space becomes deeply healing for exhausted minds. Some people are constantly around others, yet secretly disconnected from themselves. They spend years reacting, responding, performing, helping, pleasing, explaining, surviving, but rarely sitting quietly with their own inner world. Eventually, emotional exhaustion grows because the soul never receives time to restore itself inwardly. The Stoics understood that silence strengthens emotional endurance, not through avoidance, but through observation. In solitude, hidden emotions become visible, patterns become clearer, the mind begins untangling itself from emotional chaos it previously could not see beneath constant activity. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. When distractions disappear, buried thoughts often rise to the surface. Regret, fear, loneliness, old emotional wounds. Many people immediately run back toward noise because silence exposes pain they worked hard to avoid. But the Stoics believed this discomfort was part of growth, not something to fear. Because what is acknowledged can finally begin healing, and what remains buried continues controlling the mind silently from underneath. Epictetus taught that external noise often pulls people away from inner freedom. A person constantly absorbed in public opinion, entertainment, gossip, comparison, and stimulation slowly loses the ability to think independently. Solitude rebuilds this inner independence. It reconnects a person to their own judgment, values, and emotional awareness again. This is why emotionally exhausted people often feel unexpectedly lighter after periods of intentional quiet. The nervous system finally stops absorbing endless external energy. Emotional pressure decreases. Thoughts slow down. Breathing softens. The mind no longer feels forced to constantly react to everything around it. Nature reflects this wisdom beautifully. Forests grow quietly. Night heals quietly. Snow falls quietly. Even the strongest rivers deepen in silence beneath the surface. Yet modern culture constantly glorifies noise, movement, and endless connection while quietly neglecting the emotional importance of solitude. But solitude is not loneliness. Loneliness is disconnection. Solitude is reconnection. There is a profound difference. A person can feel lonely in crowded rooms while feeling deeply connected during peaceful solitude, because intentional silence allows you to return to yourself without needing performance, approval, or distraction. Seneca believed that wise people should regularly step away from crowds to preserve inner clarity, not because people are bad, but because constant external influence weakens emotional balance over time. A mind constantly reacting outward eventually becomes fragmented internally. This fragmentation creates exhaustion. You begin feeling emotionally scattered, pulled in too many directions, unable to hear your own inner voice beneath everyone else's needs and expectations. And slowly, solitude becomes medicine for the overwhelmed soul, not endless isolation, not emotional withdrawal from life, but sacred moments of quiet where the nervous system no longer needs to defend, perform, or carry external pressure constantly. This is where emotional strength quietly rebuilds itself, not through force, not through endless productivity, but through stillness deep enough for the mind to remember who it is underneath survival mode. And maybe tonight, you do not need more noise filling your mind. Maybe you do not need more opinions, more distractions, more stimulation, or more emotional input. Maybe your spirit is simply asking for quiet after carrying the world's noise for too long. You are allowed to step inward, allowed to sit with yourself gently, allowed to experience silence without rushing to escape it. Because a rebuilt mind eventually discovers something powerful. Solitude is not empty at all. It is often the place where emotional strength finally begins returning home. And the deeper a person moves into solitude, the more clearly they sometimes notice a painful truth they spent years ignoring. You can be surrounded by people, depended on by people, constantly contacted by people, and still feel profoundly alone inside, because being needed is not the same as being understood. Some of the loneliest people in the world are the ones everyone relies on: the strong friend, the responsible parent, the dependable partner, the calm leader, the person everyone calls during emotional emergencies. From the outside, their life appears full of connection. Messages arrive constantly. Responsibilities never stop. People seek their advice, support, patience, and strength. But deep inside, there is often a quiet ache nobody notices. An ache created by constantly giving emotional support while rarely feeling emotionally seen themselves. This loneliness feels strange because it hides beneath usefulness. People appreciate what you do for them. But few pause long enough to ask how your soul is doing underneath all the strength you provide. And over time, this creates emotional isolation that becomes difficult to explain. The Stoics understood that carrying responsibility without emotional awareness can slowly drain the spirit. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the emotional burden of leadership, duty, and constant obligation. He knew that being relied upon by many people can become psychologically exhausting when a person forgets how to care for their own inner world too. Some people become so identified with helping others that they stop believing their own emotional needs matter. They listen to everyone else's pain while quietly suppressing their own. They become emotionally available for everyone while secretly starving for genuine understanding themselves. And eventually, they begin feeling invisible. Not physically invisible, emotionally invisible. People see their strength, but not their exhaustion. People see their reliability, but not their loneliness. People see what they provide, but not what they silently carry. This creates a deep inner sadness, because human beings do not only need usefulness, they need emotional recognition. They need spaces where they can exist without always being the caretaker, the fixer, or the strong one. But many emotionally responsible people rarely experience this. Instead, they become emotional containers for everyone else's struggles. Family problems, relationship problems, work stress, emotional tension. Everyone unloads onto them because they seem capable of handling it. And because they care deeply, they continue absorbing more and more emotional weight. Until one day, their own inner world begins collapsing quietly under the pressure. The dangerous part is that emotionally strong people often struggle to ask for support themselves. They are so used to being the stable one that vulnerability feels unnatural. Some even fear disappointing people if they finally admit how overwhelmed they truly feel. So they continue smiling, continue functioning, continue supporting others, while privately feeling deeply disconnected inside. The Stoics believed that self-awareness was essential because a person who neglects their own inner condition eventually becomes emotionally fractured. Epictetus warned that people who constantly focus outward while ignoring their own emotional balance slowly lose peace within themselves. And this happens silently. A person may still perform their responsibilities perfectly while internally feeling emotionally empty. This emptiness often grows strongest at night, after everyone else's needs are handled, after the messages stop, after the responsibilities quiet down. Silence arrives, and beneath all the usefulness, loneliness begins speaking. Not because nobody exists around them, but because very few people truly know them beneath the role they perform. Some people spend years being loved for what they provide rather than for who they actually are. And this creates painful confusion inside the nervous system. They wonder, if I stopped being useful, would anyone still truly see me? This fear becomes emotionally exhausting. Seneca wrote that human beings need relationships rooted in sincerity, not performance, because relationships built entirely around roles eventually create emotional distance. A person can spend years surrounded by people while secretly feeling unseen in every room. And the more emotionally isolated someone becomes, the more exhausted the nervous system grows. Emotional isolation drains energy quietly. The body carries tension differently when the soul feels alone beneath responsibility. This is why emotionally overwhelmed people often crave spaces where they do not need to perform strength constantly. Spaces where they can simply exist honestly without carrying everyone else emotionally for a while. The Stoics valued honest companionship deeply. Not shallow social approval, but genuine human connection rooted in truth, understanding, and emotional steadiness. They understood that while solitude strengthens the soul, Emotional isolation weakens it over time. There is a difference between peaceful solitude and silent emotional abandonment. And many strong people have experienced the second for far too long. Healing begins when a person finally allows themselves to become emotionally visible too, when they stop believing their pain is less important because others depend on them, when they stop measuring their worth only through usefulness, when they understand that they deserve support, softness, understanding and emotional care too. And maybe tonight, you do not need to carry the weight of being everything for everyone for a few hours. Maybe your soul is tired of always being the strong one. Maybe the loneliness you feel is not weakness, but the natural result of spending too many years emotionally pouring outward, without enough genuine connection flowing back inward. You are more than the role you perform for others, more than your responsibilities, more than your usefulness. Because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this truth. Even the strongest hearts need spaces where they are deeply understood, not just endlessly needed. And beneath loneliness, beneath exhaustion, beneath emotional isolation, there is often another emotion hiding quietly in the shadows. Anger, not loud anger, not explosive anger, but the kind buried so deeply that even the person carrying it no longer fully recognizes it. Many emotionally exhausted people are not only tired from sadness or stress, they are tired from years of swallowed frustration, swallowed disrespect, swallowed disappointment, swallowed hurt, swallowed resentment, because some people learned very early that expressing anger was unsafe. Maybe anger created conflict in the home. Maybe vulnerability was punished. Maybe they were taught that good people stay calm no matter how badly they are treated. So instead of expressing anger honestly, they pushed it inward. And what remains unexpressed rarely disappears. It settles quietly into the nervous system. The Stoics understood that uncontrolled anger can destroy peace. But they also understood something equally important. Suppressed emotion poisons the mind slowly when ignored for too long. True emotional wisdom was never about pretending emotions do not exist. It was about understanding them before they quietly take control beneath the surface. Many people confuse suppression with self-control, but they are not the same. Self-control is awareness guided by wisdom. Suppression is emotional imprisonment. A person suppresses anger when they constantly silence their real feelings to avoid conflict, rejection, guilt, or discomfort. They smile when hurt, stay quiet when disrespected, forgive too quickly without processing pain honestly. They convince themselves they are being mature, while inside resentment quietly begins building pressure, and eventually the mind becomes exhausted from carrying emotions that never found release. This is why suppressed anger often transforms into emotional fatigue instead of visible rage. A person may not appear angry outwardly at all. Instead, they become mentally drained, irritable, numb, cynical, detached. Small inconveniences suddenly feel overwhelming because the nervous system is already overloaded by buried emotional tension underneath. The body keeps score of every emotion the mind refuses to acknowledge. Tight jaw, tense shoulders, heavy chest, difficulty sleeping, constant inner agitation. A feeling of emotional heaviness that never fully leaves. All of this can grow from years of unspoken resentment quietly sitting inside the nervous system. The Stoics believed that emotions become dangerous when left unexamined. Marcus Aurelius constantly reflected inward because he understood that hidden emotional reactions eventually shape behavior unconsciously. A person who ignores anger does not become peaceful. They often become emotionally fragmented instead. And this fragmentation creates exhaustion. Some people spend years tolerating emotional situations that quietly damage their spirit. Relationships where they feel unseen, workplaces where they feel disrespected, family dynamics where their needs are constantly ignored. But instead of honoring their anger as a signal, they suppress it to maintain peace externally. The problem is that external peace built on internal self-betrayal never lasts. Sooner or later, the mind begins protesting, sometimes through emotional shutdown, sometimes through anxiety, sometimes through sudden emotional outbursts over seemingly small things, sometimes through complete exhaustion, because anger buried deeply enough eventually leaks through the nervous system in indirect ways. Seneca warned that unresolved anger disturbs the mind, even when hidden outwardly. He believed emotional clarity required honest self-examination, not explosive reactions, but truthful acknowledgement. Yes, this hurt me. Yes, I feel resentment. Yes, part of me is angry. This honesty softens emotional pressure, because emotions lose some of their destructive power once they are fully seen clearly. Many emotionally exhausted people secretly carry resentment toward others, but also toward themselves. Anger for staying too long in painful situations, anger for remaining silent, anger for abandoning their own boundaries repeatedly just to keep others comfortable. And this self-directed anger becomes especially draining because it creates internal war inside the mind. Part of you feels hurt. Another part criticizes you for feeling hurt. And the nervous system becomes trapped between emotional pain and emotional suppression simultaneously. The Stoics taught that wisdom requires emotional responsibility, not emotional denial. You cannot heal resentment you refuse to admit exists. You cannot rebuild peace while carrying hidden emotional poison beneath forced calmness. But healthy anger is not destruction. Healthy anger reveals where something inside you needs protection, where boundaries were crossed, where truth was ignored, where the soul has been carrying unfair emotional weight for too long. And once anger is understood instead of buried, it transforms. It becomes clarity instead of bitterness, awareness instead of silent resentment, strength instead of emotional exhaustion. This does not mean becoming aggressive or emotionally reactive. The Stoics deeply valued calmness, but calmness built on truth is very different from calmness built on suppression. One creates peace, the other creates quiet suffering. And maybe tonight, you no longer need to pretend certain things never affected you. You do not need to minimize every wound to appear emotionally strong. You do not need to carry years of unspoken resentment silently inside your nervous system anymore. Your anger does not make you bad. Your emotional pain does not make you weak. Sometimes exhaustion is simply the soul's way of saying, I cannot keep swallowing everything that hurts me. And a rebuilt mind begins healing the moment honesty becomes safer than suppression. And after years of carrying suppressed emotions, unresolved resentment, loneliness, pressure, and exhaustion, many people develop a habit they rarely question. They stay busy constantly, always moving, always planning, always working, always distracting themselves with tasks, responsibilities, goals, conversations, entertainment, or productivity. And from the outside, it looks admirable, motivated, disciplined, successful. But beneath the movement, something deeper is often happening. Many people stay busy because slowing down feels emotionally dangerous. Stillness creates space, and space allows hidden emotions to rise. This is why constant busyness is often not true productivity at all. It is emotional escape disguised as ambition. The Stoics understood that human beings frequently distract themselves from inner discomfort through endless activity. Seneca warned that many people fill their lives with noise and busyness, not because they are truly fulfilled, but because they fear being alone with their own thoughts. They rush from task to task, hoping movement will silence the unease quietly living inside them. But emotional pain does not disappear simply because life stays crowded. It waits underneath the motion. Some people cannot sit quietly for even a few minutes without immediately reaching for stimulation. Their phone, work, notifications, conversations, planning, cleaning, entertainment, anything to avoid the uncomfortable feelings silence may uncover. They stay mentally occupied every second because busyness creates temporary relief from emotional awareness. And slowly, the nervous system becomes addicted to constant movement. Not physical movement alone, emotional movement. The mind keeps chasing something to focus on externally because inward stillness feels too heavy. This is why many exhausted people secretly fear rest. Rest removes distractions, and once distractions disappear, buried emotions often begin surfacing. Grief, fear, regret, emptiness, loneliness, dissatisfaction. Emotional wounds ignored during years of survival mode suddenly become impossible to avoid. So the person keeps moving, keeps working, keeps helping, keeps achieving, keeps staying busy enough to outrun themselves emotionally. But eventually, the body begins breaking under the pressure of endless avoidance. The Stoics believed that wisdom requires the courage to face the inner world honestly. Marcus Aurelius practiced solitude and reflection because he understood that a person who constantly escapes inward examination eventually becomes emotionally fragmented. Without stillness, the mind loses clarity about what truly matters. And modern life makes this emotional escape easier than ever. People can now distract themselves endlessly without ever sitting alone with their own thoughts. Constant content, constant entertainment, constant information, constant work opportunities. The nervous system rarely experiences genuine quiet anymore. But beneath all the stimulation, exhaustion keeps growing. Because busyness cannot heal emotional wounds, it only postpones meeting them. Some people spend years believing they are driven, when in reality they are emotionally running. Running from unresolved pain, running from difficult truths, running from emptiness they do not know how to face gently. And the faster they move, the harder it becomes to recognize what they are actually escaping from. The frightening part is that society often rewards emotional avoidance when it looks productive. People praise overworking, praise constant hustling, praise endless availability, praise non-stop achievement. Meanwhile, the soul quietly deteriorates beneath the surface. Relationships begin feeling emotionally distant. Joy fades. The body remains tense. Sleep becomes shallow. The mind feels permanently restless. And still, the person keeps moving because stopping feels unfamiliar. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when a person stops being controlled by unconscious impulses and distractions. Many people believe they are choosing busyness freely, but often the nervous system is simply reacting automatically to emotional discomfort. This is why emotionally exhausted people often feel strangely anxious during peaceful moments. Their mind immediately searches for something to do because stillness triggers unresolved feelings waiting underneath. Without realizing it, they train themselves to fear emotional presence. But healing begins when movement is no longer used as escape. This does not mean abandoning ambition or responsibility. The Stoics valued purposeful action deeply, but purposeful action is different from compulsive distraction. One comes from clarity, the other comes from avoidance. A rebuilt mind learns how to pause without panic, to sit quietly without immediately reaching for stimulation, to breathe without needing constant distraction from the self. And slowly, something powerful begins happening. The nervous system softens. Thoughts slow down. The body stops bracing constantly. Hidden emotions rise, but instead of destroying you, they begin releasing gradually through awareness. Because what you finally face, honestly, no longer needs to chase you endlessly from the shadows. Seneca believed that people who never pause long enough to examine themselves often waste their lives running in circles emotionally. Not because they lack intelligence or effort, but because they never learned how to be still long enough to hear what their inner world was trying to say. And maybe tonight, you do not need to keep running emotionally for a few hours. You do not need another distraction, another task, another escape route. Maybe the exhaustion you feel is not weakness at all. Maybe it is simply the soul growing tired of endless movement without inner peace. You are allowed to slow down, allowed to stop performing constant productivity, allowed to sit gently with yourself without immediately needing to fix, achieve, or distract. Because a rebuilt mind eventually discovers this truth. Constant busyness often hides emotional wounds, but stillness is where healing finally begins. And once a person finally slows down enough to hear their inner world again, another painful truth often becomes impossible to ignore. Not everyone who enters your life brings peace into it. Some people constantly drain emotional energy without ever giving calmness back. They leave conversations feeling heavier, more anxious, more guilty, more emotionally exhausted than before. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that protecting inner peace sometimes requires protecting your energy from people who unconsciously feed on emotional chaos. Not all emotional parasites are cruel people. Some are simply wounded people who never learned emotional responsibility. Some constantly create drama. Some always need saving. Some manipulate through guilt. Some unload endless negativity. Some demand emotional access without respecting emotional boundaries. And if a person lacks inner awareness, they slowly become emotionally consumed by these relationships without even noticing it. This is why some people feel exhausted around certain individuals, even when no obvious conflict exists. The nervous system senses emotional imbalance long before the conscious mind fully understands it. You leave interactions feeling drained instead of restored, heavy instead of peaceful, tense instead of calm. And over time, this emotional depletion slowly damages inner stability. The Stoics believed that the mind becomes shaped by what it repeatedly allows inside itself. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly to guard his inner world carefully because external negativity easily spreads into the spirit when left unchecked. But many people were never taught how to protect their emotional energy without feeling guilty. They confuse boundaries with cruelty, distance with selfishness, self-protection with rejection. So instead of honoring their emotional limits, they overextend themselves repeatedly until resentment and exhaustion quietly take over. This is especially common among compassionate people. People who naturally listen deeply, who care deeply, who empathize deeply, who feel responsible for helping others emotionally. These individuals often attract emotionally chaotic people because emotional availability without boundaries becomes an open door for endless emotional extraction. And slowly, the soul becomes tired. Not because kindness is wrong, but because kindness without limits becomes self-destruction. The Stoics understood that wisdom requires discernment. You cannot give unlimited emotional access to every person and still expect the nervous system to remain peaceful. Some relationships nourish the spirit. Others quietly consume it. This does not mean becoming cold, bitter, or emotionally closed off. In fact, bitterness itself becomes another emotional parasite if left unchecked. The Stoics never taught hatred toward difficult people. They taught emotional clarity, the ability to recognize harmful dynamics without becoming consumed by anger. the ability to protect peace without losing compassion. This is rare emotional maturity. Many emotionally exhausted people swing between two extremes. Either they tolerate everything silently until burnout arrives, or they become emotionally hardened after too much pain. But Stoic wisdom points toward a calmer middle path. Firm boundaries, soft heart, clear mind, no bitterness. Epictetus taught that other people's emotional chaos only controls you when you unconsciously allow it into your inner world. Someone may behave poorly, manipulate emotionally, criticize unfairly, or create unnecessary drama. But your peace begins weakening the moment their instability becomes the center of your mental life. This is why emotional parasites thrive most around people who struggle to separate compassion from emotional absorption. You can care about someone without carrying their emotional storms inside your nervous system constantly. You can support someone without sacrificing your own mental health. You can love people deeply while still protecting your peace. And this protection is necessary because the nervous system absorbs emotional environments more than most people realize. Constant criticism changes inner calmness. Constant negativity changes emotional energy. Constant guilt changes self-worth. Constant emotional chaos trains the body to remain tense and alert all the time. Eventually, even sleep becomes affected, because the mind never fully escapes the emotional pressure surrounding it. Seneca warned that the company people keep shapes the condition of their mind over time. This is why peaceful people often become exhausted in emotionally toxic environments, even if they try to remain positive. The nervous system cannot thrive while constantly absorbing unhealthy emotional energy, and many people secretly know which relationships drain them. Their body knows, their exhaustion knows, their anxiety knows, but guilt keeps them trapped. Guilt for setting boundaries, guilt for saying no, guilt for stepping back, guilt for protecting themselves. Yet the Stoics believed that preserving inner peace was part of living wisely, not selfishly, wisely. Because a person emotionally destroyed by endless draining relationships eventually loses the ability to show up fully, even for the people they genuinely love. Healing begins when you stop believing your purpose is to emotionally rescue everyone at the expense of yourself. Some people are committed to chaos. Some are committed to victimhood. Some are committed to emotional manipulation, and no amount of sacrificing your peace can heal wounds they refuse to face within themselves. A rebuilt mind learns how to recognize emotional warning signs without hatred, learns how to leave unhealthy emotional dynamics without bitterness, learns how to say, "I wish you well, but I cannot carry this anymore." And strangely enough, when the nervous system is no longer constantly absorbing draining emotional energy, life begins feeling lighter again. Breathing deepens, sleep softens, thoughts become clearer. The body no longer feels emotionally crowded all the time. And tonight, maybe you no longer need to carry every person's emotional chaos inside your spirit. Maybe your peace deserves protection too. Maybe boundaries are not walls separating you from love, but doors protecting the calmness your soul desperately needs to survive. Because the Stoics understood something emotionally exhausted people often forget. Protecting your inner energy is not selfishness, it is wisdom. And after protecting your energy, setting boundaries, slowing down, and finally allowing yourself moments of silence, another painful realization often surfaces quietly from deep within the spirit. The exhaustion never fully leaves, the body rests, but something inside still feels heavy. You sleep for hours yet wake up emotionally drained. You take breaks, but still feel empty. You try to recover physically, but the soul continues carrying a tiredness that cannot be solved by sleep alone. Because not all exhaustion is physical. Some exhaustion lives much deeper. The Stoics understood that human beings are not only bodies that need rest. They are inner worlds shaped by thought, emotion, memory, fear, grief, pressure, disappointment, and meaning. And when the inner world becomes overwhelmed for too long, the soul itself begins feeling tired. This is the exhaustion many people secretly carry every day. The exhaustion of constantly holding yourself together. The exhaustion of overthinking. The exhaustion of carrying invisible emotional pain while pretending everything is fine. The exhaustion of surviving emotionally instead of truly living. And this kind of fatigue cannot always be cured by more sleep, because the nervous system is not simply physically tired, it is emotionally overloaded. Some people rest their body while their mind keeps fighting silently all night. The body lies still in darkness, while thoughts continue moving endlessly beneath the surface. Worries, regrets, anxiety, emotional tension, unspoken pain. The nervous system never fully enters deep recovery because internally it still feels unsafe. This is why emotional exhaustion often feels heavier than physical exhaustion. Physical tiredness usually improves with rest. Soul exhaustion lingers. It follows people into quiet moments, into relationships, into sleep, into mornings, into places that once brought joy, and slowly life begins feeling emotionally distant. The Stoics believed that inner peace was essential because the condition of the mind shapes the condition of life itself. Marcus Aurelius understood that a disturbed inner world eventually drains energy from every part of existence. A person may continue functioning outwardly while inwardly feeling emotionally hollow. Many people experiencing soul exhaustion blame themselves unfairly. They think they are lazy, weak, unmotivated, ungrateful. But often the real issue is that they have been emotionally carrying too much for too long without true inner recovery. Some carry years of grief they never processed fully. Some carry constant anxiety about survival, money, relationships, or the future. Some carry loneliness hidden beneath responsibilities. Some carry emotional wounds they never gave themselves permission to acknowledge honestly. And the nervous system absorbs all of it. The body can only endure prolonged emotional strain for so long before exhaustion settles deeply into the spirit itself. This is why emotionally exhausted people often lose excitement for things they once loved. Their inner world becomes emotionally numb from overload. Joy requires energy. Presence requires energy. Hope requires energy. And when the soul has been surviving non-stop emotional pressure, even small tasks begin feeling heavy. Seneca warned that people who neglect their inner life eventually become spiritually depleted, no matter how comfortable their external circumstances appear. Because peace does not come only from physical rest. It comes from emotional balance, mental clarity, meaningful connection, and inner alignment. Without these things, the soul becomes tired in ways difficult to explain. Some people also exhaust themselves through emotional self-abandonment, constantly ignoring their own needs, constantly suppressing feelings, constantly prioritizing everyone else's comfort over their own emotional well-being. Over time, this creates quiet resentment and deep internal depletion. Others become soul-tired from carrying identities that no longer feel authentic, performing strength constantly, pretending happiness constantly, living according to expectations instead of truth. The nervous system grows exhausted when a person lives too far away from themselves for too long. The Stoics believed healing begins through awareness, not harsh self-judgment, not forcing positivity, but honest recognition of what the soul has been carrying silently. Sometimes the most healing thing a person can admit is this: I am not just physically tired, I am emotionally overwhelmed. That honesty alone softens something inside the nervous system. Because exhausted souls do not need more shame. They need gentleness, stillness, compassion, space to recover emotionally, not only physically. The Stoics practiced returning inward regularly because they understood that constant external living weakens the spirit over time. Solitude, reflection, simplicity, presence, silence. These things restore emotional energy slowly because they reconnect the mind to itself again. Healing a tired soul also requires releasing emotional weight that no longer belongs inside you. Old resentment, old guilt, endless comparison, pressure to constantly perform, fear of disappointing everyone. The nervous system cannot recover while emotionally carrying the entire world alone. And maybe tonight, your soul is not asking for more effort, not asking for more productivity, not asking for more pressure. Maybe it is simply asking for permission to stop surviving for a little while, to breathe deeply without urgency, to exist without performing, to rest without guilt, to stop carrying emotional burdens long enough for healing to quietly begin. Because a rebuilt mind eventually understands something modern life often forgets. Sleep restores the body, but peace restores the soul. And as the soul slowly begins recovering from emotional exhaustion, another quiet freedom starts revealing itself. The freedom of no longer needing to manage every opinion people have about you. Because one of the heaviest burdens many people carry is the exhausting need to control how they are perceived by everyone around them. To be understood correctly, to be seen fairly, to avoid judgment, to avoid misunderstanding, to protect their image in every conversation, every relationship, every decision. And slowly, without realizing it, they become emotionally imprisoned by perception. Some people spend years mentally defending themselves inside imaginary conversations, explaining motives nobody asked about, replaying interactions repeatedly, worrying about what others think, carrying anxiety over how they are viewed. The nervous system becomes exhausted because the mind is constantly trying to control something impossible, other people's interpretations. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that people will think what they think, regardless of how carefully you explain yourself. Some will misunderstand you because they only see life through their own wounds, fears, assumptions, or limitations. And trying to control every perception eventually destroys inner peace. Because no human being can fully manage how they exist inside another person's mind. Some people will judge you through jealousy, some through pain, some through insecurity, some through incomplete understanding, and some simply because your growth makes them uncomfortable. Yet emotionally exhausted people often keep fighting invisible battles, trying to correct every misunderstanding. They carry pressure to prove they are kind enough, good enough, intelligent enough, worthy enough. And over time, this emotional performance drains enormous energy from the nervous system, especially at night. The mind replays conversations endlessly. Maybe I should have explained myself better. What if they think badly of me? What if they misunderstood my intentions? And suddenly, peace disappears because the mind is emotionally trapped inside someone else's opinion. But the Stoics practiced something rare: detachment from reputation. Not because reputation means nothing, but because inner peace means more. Epictetus taught that once you begin chasing universal approval, you hand your emotional freedom to the unstable judgments of other people, and human judgment changes constantly. One day you are admired, the next day criticized. One misunderstanding can erase years of good intentions in someone's mind. If your peace depends on controlling all of this, rest becomes impossible. Many people secretly learned from childhood that acceptance depended on being perceived positively at all times. So criticism feels emotionally dangerous, misunderstanding feels unbearable, being disliked feels deeply threatening to the nervous system. This creates chronic emotional tension. You over-explain yourself, over-analyze your words, monitor people's reactions constantly, shape yourself around external approval, and slowly you lose connection to your own inner stability, because the soul cannot fully rest while constantly performing emotional image management. The Stoics believed that character matters more than perception, because character belongs to you. Perception belongs to others. You can live honestly, speak truthfully, act with integrity, and still be misunderstood. This is part of being human. And strangely enough, accepting this truth creates enormous peace. Because once you stop trying to control every opinion, emotional energy begins returning to you again. The nervous system relaxes. The mind stops rehearsing endless defenses. You stop carrying imaginary courtrooms inside your head, where you are constantly trying to prove your innocence to people who already decided their version of you. Seneca warned that people who obsess over public opinion become emotionally scattered because they build identity on unstable ground. External validation shifts too quickly. Today's praise becomes tomorrow's criticism. A peaceful mind cannot survive while depending entirely on other people's approval. But letting people be wrong about you does not mean becoming passive or dishonest. It means understanding emotional limits. Not every misunderstanding requires correction. Not every accusation deserves your energy. Not every opinion deserves space inside your nervous system. Sometimes silence protects peace better than endless explanation ever could. And this is difficult for emotionally sensitive people because they naturally want fairness, understanding, connection, and harmony. But wisdom slowly teaches something important. Being misunderstood does not erase your truth. You still know your intentions. You still know your heart. You still know your values. And not every person has the emotional capacity to fully see them clearly. The moment you stop demanding universal understanding, life becomes lighter. You stop exhausting yourself trying to control narratives. You stop shrinking yourself to remain acceptable. You stop overcarrying people's perceptions emotionally. And slowly, the soul begins breathing more freely again. Because inner peace grows stronger when identity becomes rooted inwardly instead of externally. Tonight, maybe you no longer need to correct every false perception living in someone else's mind. Maybe you no longer need to carry the impossible responsibility of being perfectly understood by everyone around you. Some people will misunderstand you no matter how carefully you speak. Some will project their own pain onto you. Some will create stories that have little to do with your actual heart, and you do not need to destroy your peace trying to manage all of it. Because a rebuilt mind eventually discovers this hidden freedom, there is deep peace in allowing people to misunderstand you, while remaining deeply connected to your own truth anyway. And beneath the exhaustion, beneath the overthinking, beneath the fear of judgment and the need for approval, there is often something much older quietly shaping the entire inner world. Patterns learned long before adulthood ever began. Emotional habits created in childhood that the nervous system still carries decades later without fully realizing it. Many adults are not only reacting to present life, they are reacting from old survival instincts that never learned they were safe now. This is why certain situations trigger overwhelming emotional reactions that seem larger than the moment itself. A small criticism feels devastating, silence feels threatening, conflict feels unbearable, rejection feels catastrophic. The body reacts intensely because somewhere deep inside, the nervous system still remembers old emotional danger. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes shaped by repeated conditioning. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how habits, thoughts, and emotional patterns quietly form the architecture of the inner world over time. And childhood is where many of these emotional foundations are first built. Some children grew up in homes where love felt unpredictable. Some learned that staying quiet prevented conflict. Some learned that being useful earned attention. Some became emotionally hyper-alert because they never knew when tension would appear. Some became people-pleasers because disapproval felt emotionally unsafe. And many carried these survival habits into adulthood without ever questioning them. At first, these behaviors protected them. Hyper-awareness helped them avoid emotional pain. Overachieving helped them gain approval. Suppressing feelings helped them stay accepted. Avoiding conflict helped them stay emotionally safe. But what protects a child emotionally can slowly exhaust an adult for decades if never examined consciously. This is why many emotionally exhausted adults feel trapped in patterns they do not fully understand. They apologize excessively, over-explain constantly, fear disappointing people, struggle to relax, absorb other people's emotions automatically, feel responsible for keeping everyone emotionally stable, avoid setting boundaries, stay emotionally guarded even in safe relationships. And deep down, the nervous system still behaves as though survival depends on these patterns continuing. The Stoics believed that freedom begins with awareness. A person cannot change unconscious emotional conditioning until they first see it clearly. Epictetus taught that many people live controlled by invisible inner patterns they mistake for personality, when in reality those patterns were learned through fear, pain, and survival. And this conditioning becomes exhausting because the adult mind keeps trying to protect itself from emotional dangers that may no longer exist. A child who once needed to stay emotionally alert for survival may become an adult who cannot fully relax. A child who once earned love through performance may become an adult addicted to overworking. A child who once feared rejection may become an adult unable to stop people-pleasing. And even when life changes externally, the nervous system often continues repeating old emotional programs automatically. This creates deep internal tension. The body stays guarded, the mind stays anxious, the soul stays tired, because survival mode was never meant to become a permanent identity. Seneca warned that many people remain emotionally trapped not by present reality, but by old fears carried unconsciously into every part of life. This is why healing often feels less like becoming someone new and more like finally releasing emotional armor that was never meant to be worn forever. Many adults secretly carry shame about these patterns. They wonder why they overreact emotionally, why they fear conflict so deeply, why they struggle with boundaries, why they constantly seek validation, but shame only deepens the exhaustion. Because these behaviors were not signs of weakness originally, they were adaptations. The nervous system learned them for protection. A child does not choose survival patterns consciously. The body simply learns what feels safest emotionally and repeats it automatically for years afterward. The Stoics practiced self-observation without harsh self-condemnation because they understood that awareness heals more effectively than shame. You begin noticing the patterns gently. Why do I panic when someone is upset with me? Why do I feel guilty resting? Why do I always feel responsible for everyone emotionally? Why does my body stay tense even during calm moments? These questions slowly uncover the emotional roots beneath present exhaustion. And once awareness grows, healing becomes possible. The nervous system can slowly learn new experiences. That disagreement does not always mean abandonment. That boundaries do not make you selfish. That rest does not make you lazy. that your worth is not dependent on performance. That emotional safety is possible without constant hypervigilance. But this healing takes patience, because the body often trusts old survival habits more than new peace at first. The Stoics believed true strength came from inner understanding, not emotional suppression. A rebuilt mind does not attack itself for old conditioning. It observes, learns, softens, and gradually releases patterns no longer needed. And maybe tonight, some of the exhaustion you carry is not entirely from today's life. Maybe part of your nervous system has simply been protecting you for far too long. Maybe your body became so used to survival that it forgot how to fully rest. You are not broken for carrying old emotional patterns. You are not weak for struggling with habits formed in pain. You are human, and healing begins the moment you stop judging the survival version of yourself and start gently teaching it that peace is finally allowed now. And as old emotional conditioning slowly comes into awareness, another hidden weight often reveals itself beneath the surface of exhaustion. Regret. Quiet regret. The kind rarely spoken aloud. The kind carried silently through years of functioning, smiling, working, helping, surviving. A heaviness hidden so deeply that many people only truly feel it when the world becomes quiet at night. Because silent regret has a way of following people into darkness. During the day, distractions soften it, responsibilities cover it, noise buries it temporarily. But at night, when the mind finally slows down, old memories begin rising gently from the corners of the inner world. Words never said, opportunities missed, relationships damaged, years lost to fear, versions of yourself abandoned along the way. And suddenly, sleep becomes difficult, not because the body is awake, but because the soul is carrying unfinished emotional weight. The Stoics understood that unresolved guilt disturbs inner peace deeply. Marcus Aurelius reflected often on mistakes, mortality, and human imperfection, not to torture himself emotionally, but to remain honest about the burden unprocessed regret places on the mind. Because regret rarely disappears through avoidance, it lingers quietly beneath the nervous system. Some people carry regret about things they did. Others carry regret about things they never did, love they never expressed, dreams they abandoned, apologies they never offered, boundaries they never set, years spent living for approval instead of truth. And while life continues moving externally, part of the mind remains emotionally attached to those unfinished places in the past. This attachment creates heaviness. The nervous system keeps revisiting old moments, searching for emotional resolution that never arrived. What if I had chosen differently? What if I had spoken honestly? What if I had not wasted so many years? And over time, these thoughts quietly drain emotional energy from the present moment. The Stoics believed that human beings suffer deeply when they mentally live backward instead of forward. Seneca warned that many people become emotionally trapped in old pain, replaying past mistakes endlessly while losing the life still unfolding in front of them. But regret becomes especially exhausting when mixed with guilt. Not healthy guilt that guides growth, but chronic guilt that slowly turns into self-punishment. Some people secretly believe they do not deserve peace because of past decisions. So even when life becomes calmer externally, the nervous system refuses full rest internally. The body lies down at night, but emotionally, part of the mind remains standing trial. This is why deep sleep becomes difficult for people carrying silent regret. The nervous system struggles to fully release into rest, while emotionally clinging to unresolved shame. Part of the soul keeps trying to rewrite the past unconsciously, even though the past no longer exists physically. And the painful truth is this: Many regrets come from moments when people were simply emotionally unequipped, wounded, afraid, immature, or surviving. A younger version of you made decisions using the awareness available at that time, but exhausted minds often judge the past with wisdom they only gained later. This creates cruel inner conflict. You punish your former self endlessly for not knowing then what only pain later taught you. The Stoics practiced self-reflection, but not endless self-condemnation. They believed wisdom comes from learning honestly, not emotionally destroying yourself forever over human imperfection. Epictetus reminded himself constantly that growth requires accepting human limitation with humility, because no human life unfolds perfectly. Everyone carries mistakes. Everyone carries loss. Everyone carries moments they wish had gone differently. This is part of being alive. But many emotionally exhausted people secretly carry regret as identity instead of experience. They stop seeing themselves as humans who made mistakes and begin seeing themselves as mistakes. And this deeply damages inner peace. The nervous system becomes emotionally trapped in shame. Sleep weakens because the mind no longer feels emotionally safe enough to fully let go. Thoughts return repeatedly to old pain because guilt convinces the soul that suffering must continue. But healing begins the moment compassion enters the conversation, not denial. Not pretending the past did not matter, but understanding. Understanding the pain you carried then, the fear you carried then, the loneliness you carried then, the emotional blindness you carried then. A rebuilt mind learns how to hold the past with honesty instead of cruelty. Marcus Aurelius believed people should focus not on endlessly regretting past errors, but on living more wisely now, because the present moment remains the only place where healing, growth, and peace can actually happen. The past cannot be rewritten, but your relationship with the past can soften. And when that softening begins, the nervous system slowly stops fighting itself every night. Breathing deepens, the chest loosens, thoughts lose some of their emotional sharpness. The soul no longer feels sentenced to permanent punishment, and maybe tonight you do not need to solve every regret before allowing yourself rest. Maybe your mistakes do not disqualify you from peace. Maybe the younger version of you deserves understanding more than endless judgment. You survived with the awareness you had then. You learned. You grew. You carried pain. And now, perhaps the soul is simply asking to stop reliving old emotional sentences in darkness every night. Because a rebuilt mind eventually understands this quiet truth. Regret teaches wisdom, but only compassion allows the heart to finally sleep peacefully again. And after facing regret, emotional exhaustion, loneliness, pressure, resentment, and the invisible weight of old wounds, the mind slowly arrives at one final lesson the Stoics practiced carefully every night. Learning how to let the day end without carrying every unfinished emotion into tomorrow. Because many people never truly end their days emotionally. Their body stops moving, but their mind keeps holding on to conversations, holding on to worries, holding on to unfinished tasks, holding on to guilt, holding on to imagined futures, holding on to emotional tension as if releasing it would somehow make them irresponsible. And slowly, the nervous system forgets how to fully rest. The Stoics understood that life will always remain unfinished in some way. There will always be unanswered questions, unresolved situations, uncertain futures, imperfect endings. If peace depends on total completion before rest becomes possible, then the mind stays trapped in endless emotional attachment forever. Marcus Aurelius practiced reminding himself nightly that each day is temporary. Every emotion, every frustration, every success, every disappointment, temporary. He understood that emotional attachment to every unfinished chapter slowly disturbs inner calmness because the mind keeps gripping life too tightly. And exhausted people often grip life constantly. They mentally carry tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. They replay today long after it ended. They refuse themselves emotional closure because part of them believes they must stay mentally connected to every unresolved thing in order to remain prepared. But the nervous system cannot heal while emotionally attached to everything. This is why so many people lie awake at night physically safe, yet emotionally restless. Their mind remains open like a door that never closes. Thoughts continue entering endlessly because nothing inside has truly been released. The Stoics practiced intentional mental closure before sleep. Not denial, not emotional numbness, but conscious release. A quiet inner decision saying, "This day is complete now." Even if problems remain unfinished, even if uncertainty remains, even if life is imperfect, this discipline becomes deeply healing because the mind slowly learns that peace does not require total control. Some people carry emotional attachment because they fear letting go means they no longer care. But the Stoics understood something wiser. You can care deeply without mentally imprisoning yourself inside every unresolved situation. You can love people without carrying every emotional outcome into your nervous system constantly. Emotional attachment often disguises itself as responsibility, but there is a difference between responsibility and emotional entanglement. Responsibility says, "I will handle what I can tomorrow." Attachment says, "I must mentally carry this all night or something bad will happen." And this attachment slowly exhausts the spirit. The Stoics believed that the mind should return to itself before sleep instead of remaining scattered across endless worries. Seneca reflected nightly on the day not to obsess but to release, to observe calmly what happened, learn what mattered, and then allow the mind to unclench gently from what no longer required immediate emotional energy. Modern minds rarely experience this release. People fall asleep attached to notifications, attached to pressure, attached to future fears, attached to unresolved conversations. The nervous system receives no emotional signal that the day is over, so internally survival mode continues running through the night. This creates chronic mental exhaustion because the mind never experiences emotional closure. And the deeper issue is this. Many people secretly fear stillness because unfinished emotions rise in silence. So instead of closing the day peacefully, they remain mentally busy until exhaustion forces sleep temporarily. But forced sleep is not peaceful rest. The Stoics practiced something softer: acceptance. Acceptance that not everything will be solved today. Acceptance that some chapters remain unfinished. Acceptance that uncertainty belongs to life itself. This acceptance does not weaken a person. It frees them, because the mind no longer wastes energy fighting reality every night. Epictetus taught that suffering increases whenever people cling emotionally to things outside their immediate control, future outcomes, other people's choices, past mistakes, endless uncertainty. The tighter the grip, the more restless the mind becomes. But release creates space for peace. Not because life suddenly becomes perfect, but because the nervous system finally stops carrying impossible emotional burdens continuously. A rebuilt mind learns how to say, "I have done enough for today." Even when everything is not complete, even when the future remains uncertain, even when emotions still feel messy. This gentle self-permission changes the quality of rest profoundly. The chest softens, breathing deepens, thoughts slow down. The nervous system no longer feels responsible for controlling the entire future before sleep becomes allowed. And maybe tonight, you do not need to emotionally carry every unfinished chapter into darkness with you. The unanswered questions can rest. The future can wait. The unresolved conversations can remain unfinished for now. You do not need to mentally grip every part of life to deserve peace tonight. Because the Stoics understood something exhausted minds desperately need to remember. True rest begins the moment you stop trying to emotionally hold together a world that was never fully yours to control in the first place. And after years of emotional pressure, overthinking, hypervigilance, and endless internal tension, something strange begins happening inside the nervous system. Chaos starts feeling normal. In fact, calmness can begin feeling uncomfortable, unfamiliar, even suspicious. This is one of the quietest psychological traps a person can fall into, becoming addicted to stress without realizing it, not because they enjoy suffering, but because the body becomes conditioned to constant emotional stimulation. The Stoics understood that the human mind adapts to whatever emotional state it repeatedly lives inside. If a person spends enough years surrounded by chaos, pressure, urgency, fear, conflict, or emotional unpredictability, the nervous system slowly begins treating tension as its normal state. And eventually, peace itself starts feeling unnatural. Some people grew up in emotionally unstable environments where calmness never lasted long. Arguments appeared suddenly. Emotional moods changed unpredictably. Safety felt temporary. The body learned to stay alert constantly because danger could arrive at any moment. Over time, stress became psychologically familiar, and familiarity often feels safer to the nervous system than peace. Even decades later, the body may still unconsciously recreate emotional chaos because chaos feels emotionally recognizable, predictable in its own painful way. This is why some people feel restless during calm periods of life. If things become too peaceful, the mind immediately starts searching for problems. Overthinking increases. Anxiety rises. Emotional tension appears without obvious reason. The nervous system, conditioned by years of stress, no longer knows how to fully trust stillness. The Stoics believed that emotional discipline requires awareness of these unconscious patterns. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind easily becomes controlled by repeated habits if left unexamined. And stress itself can become a habit, a deeply exhausting one. Some people unknowingly create unnecessary urgency everywhere they go. They overcommit themselves, overwork themselves, surround themselves with emotionally chaotic relationships, constantly consume stressful information, live under impossible pressure, and when life finally slows down, they feel emotionally empty or anxious because their nervous system became dependent on stimulation. Stress starts functioning almost like emotional fuel. Without it, they feel lost. This addiction to chaos often hides beneath socially praised behavior. Being busy, being driven, being always on, being needed. But beneath the productivity, the nervous system is quietly trapped in survival mode. And survival mode is exhausting. The body releases stress hormones so often that tension becomes physically familiar. The chest tightens automatically. The jaw stays tense. Thoughts race constantly. Sleep weakens. The mind remains emotionally braced, even during ordinary moments. And slowly the person forgets what inner peace actually feels like. The frightening part is that emotionally healthy environments may even feel boring or uncomfortable to someone conditioned by chaos. Calm relationships feel strange. Healthy boundaries feel unfamiliar. Quiet evenings feel emotionally empty because the nervous system mistakes intensity for aliveness. This is why some people repeatedly return to emotionally draining situations without understanding why. Their body is chasing familiarity, not peace. The Stoics warned that unconscious emotional habits quietly shape destiny. A mind addicted to stress will continue recreating unnecessary suffering unless awareness interrupts the pattern. Epictetus believed freedom begins when a person observes their reactions honestly instead of living automatically through conditioning. Because what feels familiar is not always healthy, and what feels peaceful may initially feel uncomfortable simply because the nervous system is learning something new. Many emotionally exhausted people secretly panic during stillness because stress became tied to identity. If they are not worrying, solving, fixing, or preparing for problems, they feel irresponsible. Their mind searches desperately for tension because tension became emotionally associated with control. But constant emotional alertness slowly drains life itself. Joy becomes harder to feel. Presence disappears. The body stays tired. Relationships become strained. The soul forgets how to soften. Seneca believed that wise people should train themselves to remain calm even when the world encourages panic and urgency constantly. Not because life lacks difficulty, but because peace requires protecting the mind from becoming addicted to emotional turbulence. Healing begins when a person notices these patterns gently. Why do I feel anxious during peace? Why do I create pressure when none exists? Why does calmness feel uncomfortable? These questions slowly uncover the nervous system's relationship with chaos, and over time, the body can relearn peace, slowly, patiently, breath by breath. The nervous system begins understanding that calmness is not danger, that silence is not emptiness, that rest is not weakness, that life does not need constant emotional intensity to have meaning. The Stoics practiced intentional stillness because they understood something modern life constantly forgets. A calm mind is not lazy. It is healed enough to stop feeding on chaos for identity. And maybe tonight, your nervous system no longer needs to remain emotionally addicted to pressure. Maybe the exhaustion you feel is not because life lacks meaning, but because your body has spent too many years surviving inside tension it was never meant to carry forever. You do not need to create emotional storms to feel alive. You do not need constant urgency to prove your worth. You do not need chaos to feel familiar anymore. Because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet truth. Peace may feel unfamiliar at first, but unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. Sometimes it simply means healing has finally begun. And after years of carrying other people's emotions, fixing other people's problems, absorbing other people's pain, many exhausted souls slowly begin discovering one of the rarest forms of inner freedom, realizing that not everyone can be saved by your sacrifice. This realization feels painful at first, because compassionate people often build their identity around helping others survive emotionally. They become the listener, the rescuer, the peacemaker, the person who stays even when everyone else leaves. And while this kindness comes from a beautiful place inside the heart, it can slowly become self-destruction when compassion loses all boundaries. The Stoics understood something deeply important. You can care about people without becoming emotionally consumed by their suffering. But many people never learn this difference. Instead, they feel responsible for everyone, responsible for fixing broken relationships, responsible for healing wounded people, responsible for keeping everyone emotionally stable, responsible for carrying pain that was never theirs to carry alone. And eventually, their own spirit collapses quietly beneath the weight. Some people learned this pattern very early in life. Maybe they became emotional caretakers in childhood. Maybe they learned that love meant rescuing others constantly. Maybe they grew up believing their worth depended on being needed. So now, even as adults, they instinctively rush toward other people's pain while abandoning themselves in the process. At first, this feels noble, compassionate, loving, but over time, exhaustion begins speaking through the nervous system. You start feeling emotionally drained after every interaction. You lose energy trying to help people who refuse to help themselves. You stay in unhealthy relationships out of guilt. You carry emotional burdens long after they stop being healthy for you, and slowly, your kindness turns into emotional self-neglect. The Stoics believed compassion should be guided by wisdom, not emotional self-destruction. Marcus Aurelius understood that human beings suffer, struggle, and make mistakes constantly. But he also understood that each person must ultimately take responsibility for their own inner life. You cannot heal someone who is committed to remaining unconscious. You cannot rescue someone determined to remain in chaos, and sacrificing your peace endlessly will not save people who refuse to save themselves. This truth is incredibly difficult for emotionally sensitive people to accept, because they often mistake letting go for abandonment. But there is a profound difference between helping someone and emotionally drowning beside them. Some people unconsciously expect you to carry their entire emotional world for them, their anger, their sadness, their confusion, their instability. And if you have weak boundaries, you slowly become emotionally responsible for lives you were never meant to control. The nervous system pays heavily for this. Constant anxiety, emotional burnout, mental exhaustion, guilt during rest, difficulty sleeping, a feeling of carrying invisible emotional weight everywhere you go. And the painful irony is this: the more you overfunction emotionally for others, the more disconnected you often become from yourself. The Stoics warned against becoming emotionally entangled in things outside your control. Epictetus taught that suffering grows whenever you try to manage lives, choices, and emotional outcomes that ultimately belong to someone else. This does not mean becoming cold or uncaring. It means understanding emotional limits. Healthy compassion says, "I care about you." Unhealthy self-sacrifice says, "I must destroy myself to prove I care." And many exhausted people have confused these two things for years. Some stay in emotionally draining relationships because they hope love will finally heal the other person. Some repeatedly rescue people who never change. Some absorb endless emotional chaos because they fear feeling selfish if they stop. But eventually, the soul grows tired of carrying responsibilities that belong to others. Seneca believed wisdom includes knowing where your responsibility ends. You can offer kindness, guidance, presence, support, but you cannot live someone else's healing journey for them. And trying to do so slowly fractures your own peace. The body knows this before the conscious mind fully admits it. You begin dreading certain conversations, feeling heavy before seeing certain people, feeling emotionally emptied after interactions that once felt meaningful. This is not cruelty. It is the nervous system signaling emotional overload. A rebuilt mind learns how to care without overcarrying, how to love without losing itself, how to support others without abandoning inner peace completely. And strangely enough, true compassion often becomes healthier once emotional self-sacrifice ends, because when your nervous system is no longer drowning in exhaustion, your kindness becomes steadier, calmer, freer from resentment. The Stoics believed that inner peace allows people to help others more wisely because their actions come from clarity instead of emotional desperation. And maybe tonight, you no longer need to carry everyone's survival on your shoulders. Maybe your spirit is tired because you spent too many years trying to rescue people while quietly neglecting yourself. You are allowed to stop over-functioning emotionally for others, allowed to release guilt that was never truly yours. allowed to let people face the consequences of choices you cannot control. Because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet wisdom. Compassion becomes beautiful only when it no longer requires your self-destruction to exist. And after carrying everyone else emotionally for so long, many people develop another exhausting habit without even realizing it. Their mind never fully stops scanning the future for danger. Even during calm moments, part of the nervous system remains busy preparing for problems that have not happened, and in many cases, may never happen at all. This is the hidden prison of anticipatory anxiety. The body sits safely in the present, but the mind lives somewhere ahead, trying desperately to prevent pain before it arrives. Some people wake up already preparing emotionally for worst-case scenarios. What if something goes wrong? What if I fail? What if they leave? What if bad news comes? What if I lose everything? The thoughts continue endlessly, not because the person enjoys negativity, but because the nervous system believes constant preparation creates safety. But often, it only creates exhaustion. The Stoics understood this pattern deeply. Marcus Aurelius noticed how easily the human mind abandons the present moment to wander into imagined futures filled with fear. He understood that the mind suffers intensely when it constantly lives inside possibilities instead of reality itself, because imagined suffering still affects the nervous system as though the danger were already real. This is why anticipatory anxiety feels physically exhausting. The body reacts to future fears with real tension now. Muscles tighten, breathing shortens, sleep weakens. The mind remains emotionally alert even when no actual threat exists in the present moment. And over time, this constant anticipation quietly drains emotional energy from life itself. Some people cannot fully enjoy peaceful moments because they are already preparing for them to disappear. Happiness becomes difficult to trust because part of the mind immediately searches for what could go wrong next. Calmness feels temporary. Safety feels fragile. So the nervous system stays emotionally braced at all times. The Stoics believed much human suffering comes not from reality itself, but from mental resistance to uncertainty. Epictetus taught that people exhaust themselves trying to control outcomes that do not yet exist. The mind desperately seeks guarantees from life, but life cannot provide permanent certainty. And this deeply unsettles anxious minds, because anticipatory anxiety is often rooted in fear of helplessness. Some people experienced painful unpredictability earlier in life: sudden loss, emotional instability, rejection, betrayal, financial hardship. The nervous system learned that danger can appear unexpectedly, so now the mind stays hyper-prepared constantly, hoping endless mental rehearsal will somehow prevent future pain. But no amount of overthinking creates perfect protection. Instead, the body becomes trapped in chronic emotional alertness. This is why some people feel mentally exhausted before anything has even happened. They emotionally live through disasters repeatedly inside their imagination. Conversations, conflicts, failures, losses, embarrassments. The nervous system experiences these fears internally over and over, long before reality ever arrives. And sometimes, reality never arrives at all, yet the body still pays the price. Seneca once wrote that people suffer more in imagination than in reality. This is one of the deepest truths about anxiety. The mind creates emotional storms from possibilities, then reacts as though those storms are already happening. A single anxious thought becomes an entire future catastrophe internally, and exhausted minds rarely realize how much energy this constant preparation consumes. The Stoics practiced grounding themselves in the present moment because they understood that the future cannot be fully controlled from inside the imagination. Wisdom comes not from predicting every outcome, but from trusting your ability to meet life when it actually arrives. This changes everything emotionally, because instead of asking, "How do I prevent all future pain?" the mind slowly learns to ask, "How do I remain steady no matter what happens?" That shift creates enormous peace. Anticipatory anxiety also weakens trust in yourself. The nervous system begins believing that if it stops worrying, something terrible will happen. Worry becomes emotionally confused with responsibility, so people carry tension constantly because relaxing feels unsafe. But the Stoics understood something important. Calmness does not create danger. Fear simply convinces the mind that tension equals control. In reality, many anxious minds are carrying futures that do not exist. Imagined conversations, imagined disasters, imagined rejection, imagined failure. And meanwhile, the present moment quietly passes by unnoticed beneath all the mental preparation. A rebuilt mind learns how to return gently to what is actually here. This breath, this room, this moment, not the imagined future endlessly projected by fear. The nervous system softens slowly when it realizes it no longer has to emotionally survive tomorrow tonight. And yes, uncertainty remains part of life. The Stoics never denied this. Loss may happen. Pain may happen, difficulty may come. But wisdom understands that living in constant anticipation of suffering only guarantees one thing. The mind never truly experiences peace now, and maybe tonight you no longer need to prepare emotionally for every possible disaster before allowing yourself rest. Maybe your nervous system has been carrying imagined futures for too many years. Maybe your exhaustion comes not only from what happened, but from everything your mind feared might happen constantly. You are allowed to loosen your grip on tomorrow, allowed to stop rehearsing pain before it arrives, allowed to trust that you can meet life when it actually unfolds, because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet truth. Peace is not found by controlling every future outcome, but by no longer surrendering the present moment to fears that may never become real at all. And after years of carrying anxiety, pressure, fear, regret, and emotional exhaustion silently, many people become masters of one final survival habit, pretending everything is fine even when something inside them is quietly falling apart. They smile automatically, answer "I'm okay" automatically, keep functioning automatically, and little by little the gap between how they feel inside and how they appear outside becomes emotionally exhausting to maintain. This is the hidden fatigue created by emotional masking. The Stoics understood that inner suffering grows heavier when a person becomes disconnected from honest awareness of their own emotional condition. Marcus Aurelius reflected constantly on the importance of truth within the self, because pretending endlessly eventually fractures inner peace. And many people are pretending far more than they realize, pretending they are not overwhelmed, pretending they are not lonely, pretending they are not hurt, pretending they are not emotionally tired, pretending they are handling everything well while secretly struggling to keep themselves emotionally together. At first, emotional masking often develops as protection. Some people learned early that vulnerability was unsafe. Maybe expressing pain brought criticism. Maybe sadness was ignored. Maybe they had to appear strong for survival. So they adapted. They became emotionally composed, functional, pleasant, reliable, even while carrying enormous emotional weight underneath. And eventually, the mask becomes so automatic that they stop knowing where performance ends and the real self begins. The nervous system pays heavily for this, because pretending requires energy, constant emotional monitoring, constant self-control. constant suppression of authentic feelings, and over time, this emotional performance becomes deeply exhausting. Some people are not tired because they lack strength. They are tired because they have been acting emotionally fine for too many years without real release. The Stoics believed that wisdom required honest self-observation, not emotional theater. Epictetus warned that people suffer greatly when they become strangers to their own inner truth. A person who constantly hides pain from themselves eventually becomes emotionally fragmented inside. This fragmentation creates quiet loneliness, because emotional masking isolates people even in relationships. Others may know the version of you that smiles, performs, helps, jokes, succeeds, or stays composed. But few truly know the exhausted inner world hidden underneath. And secretly, many emotionally masked people crave something simple. The relief of not having to pretend anymore, not having to say "I'm fine" automatically, not having to appear emotionally strong every second, not having to carry the pressure of protecting everyone else from their real feelings constantly. But the fear of vulnerability often keeps the mask in place. Some worry that honesty will burden people, some fear rejection, some fear appearing weak. So instead of opening up gradually, they continue carrying emotional pain silently while functioning outwardly. The body absorbs this silence. Tension builds, sleep weakens, thoughts race at night, emotional numbness grows. The nervous system becomes exhausted from maintaining emotional appearances that no longer match inner reality. Seneca believed that peace begins when a person stops living divided against themselves, because pretending constantly creates internal conflict. Part of the mind knows the truth. Another part keeps suppressing it to maintain stability externally. And eventually, the soul grows tired of carrying this split identity. This is why emotionally masked people often feel strange emptiness after social interactions. They may spend hours around others while still feeling unseen afterward, because the real self never fully appeared. Only the managed version did. And the exhausting irony is this: the more someone hides their pain perfectly, the less likely others are to realize they need support. So the cycle continues. They keep performing wellness, others keep assuming they are fine. Meanwhile, emotional fatigue deepens quietly underneath. The Stoics never taught emotional dishonesty. They taught emotional steadiness. There is a profound difference. Steadiness means feeling emotions without becoming ruled by them. Masking means hiding emotions so completely that the nervous system never receives honest release. One creates peace, the other creates quiet suffering. A rebuilt mind slowly learns that emotional honesty does not require dramatic collapse. It can begin gently. Admitting exhaustion, acknowledging sadness, allowing yourself to feel overwhelmed sometimes, speaking truth softly instead of suppressing it endlessly. The nervous system relaxes when authenticity returns, because the body no longer has to spend constant energy maintaining emotional armor. And strangely enough, true connection becomes possible again once the mask softens. Not every person will understand your inner world fully, but honest presence creates deeper peace than endless performance ever could. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that human beings are imperfect, emotional, vulnerable creatures by nature. Pretending otherwise only creates more suffering. And maybe tonight, you no longer need to carry the exhausting role of the person who is always fine. Maybe your soul is tired of performing strength without rest. Maybe the heaviness you feel comes from years of suppressing emotions that simply wanted acknowledgement, not shame. You are allowed to stop pretending for a while, allowed to feel honestly, allowed to rest without maintaining appearances, because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet truth. Healing begins the moment authenticity becomes safer than emotional performance. And after carrying emotional chaos for so many years, something strange often begins happening when peace finally arrives. Instead of feeling comforting immediately, calmness can feel uncomfortable, unnatural, even emotionally threatening. This confuses many people. They tell themselves they want peace, but the moment life becomes quiet, stable, or emotionally safe, anxiety suddenly rises again. The nervous system becomes restless. The mind starts searching for problems. Small tensions feel unusually intense, and without fully understanding why, they begin recreating emotional chaos all over again. The Stoics understood this deeply. The human mind becomes attached not only to pleasure, but to familiarity. And for many emotionally exhausted people, turmoil became familiar long before peace ever did. Some grew up around constant stress, constant conflict, constant unpredictability, constant emotional instability. The nervous system adapted by learning to survive inside tension. Over time, chaos stopped feeling unusual. It became emotionally recognizable. The body learned how to function inside pressure because pressure was always present. And years later, even when life becomes calmer externally, the nervous system still expects emotional storms constantly. This is why inner peace can feel strangely uncomfortable at first. The body does not yet fully trust it. The Stoics believed that emotional habits shape perception itself. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that the mind becomes conditioned by repeated experience. A person who lives inside chaos long enough begins unconsciously expecting it everywhere. And expectation changes the nervous system profoundly. Some people become suspicious during calmness. They wait for something bad to happen. They overanalyze silence. They struggle to relax in healthy relationships. They feel emotionally uneasy during stability. Because part of the body believes peace is temporary and danger always returns eventually. This is not weakness. It is conditioning. The nervous system is trying to protect you, using old emotional maps created during difficult seasons of life. But what once protected you can quietly begin exhausting you if never updated internally. The Stoics practiced emotional awareness because they understood that unconscious reactions often control people more deeply than visible circumstances themselves. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when a person notices these hidden attachments instead of living automatically through them. And attachment to chaos is one of the most exhausting patterns the nervous system can carry. Some people unconsciously recreate emotional intensity because calmness feels emotionally empty to them. They may overcomplicate situations, return to unhealthy relationships, create unnecessary pressure, overthink peaceful moments, not because they want suffering, but because the body became emotionally dependent on stimulation. Chaos creates adrenaline, tension creates familiarity, drama creates emotional movement, and a nervous system conditioned by years of stress often mistakes emotional intensity for emotional aliveness. This is why healing can feel strangely boring or uncomfortable at first. Peace moves slower, quietly, gently, without emotional extremes. And for a mind used to survival mode, this softness can initially feel deeply unfamiliar. Seneca warned that people become shaped by repeated emotional environments over time. A person living too long inside fear, urgency, or emotional instability may eventually carry those conditions internally even after the external situation changes. This is why some people cannot fully rest, even when nothing is wrong. The body remains emotionally braced automatically. The mind keeps scanning for disruption. The nervous system continues preparing for danger that no longer exists in the present moment. And this constant internal tension quietly drains emotional energy every day. The Stoics believed healing required retraining the mind slowly through awareness and repetition, not forcing peace aggressively, but learning how to remain present long enough for the nervous system to realize calmness is safe too. This takes patience, because the body often trusts old chaos more than new peace initially. Some emotionally exhausted people even feel guilty during peaceful moments, as though resting, relaxing, or feeling calm means they are forgetting responsibilities or lowering their guard too much. Survival mode taught them that constant tension equals responsibility. But tension is not wisdom, fear is not preparation, and emotional chaos is not proof of importance. A rebuilt mind slowly learns that peace does not mean danger is coming next. Silence does not always hide disaster. Stillness does not mean something is wrong. The nervous system can soften without becoming unsafe. And over time, the body begins relearning something it may have forgotten long ago. Calmness is survivable. The chest loosens. Sleep deepens. Thoughts slow down. Relationships feel safer. The soul no longer feels addicted to emotional turbulence for stimulation. The Stoics understood that inner peace is not passive weakness. It is emotional steadiness strong enough to remain grounded without needing constant chaos to feel alive. And maybe tonight, you no longer need to recreate emotional storms inside your mind just because calmness feels unfamiliar. Maybe your nervous system has simply spent too many years surviving inside tension to immediately trust peace. That is okay. Healing does not happen all at once. The body learns safety slowly, breath by breath, night by night, moment by moment, because a rebuilt mind eventually discovers this quiet truth. Peace may feel uncomfortable in the beginning, not because it is wrong, but because the nervous system is finally experiencing something it has not known for a very long time. And after living through enough emotional chaos, disappointment, pressure, and exhaustion, the mind slowly begins learning one of the most important lessons in Stoic philosophy. Not every battle deserves your energy. This sounds simple at first, but for emotionally exhausted people, it is one of the hardest truths to fully accept. Because many minds were trained to react to everything, every misunderstanding, every criticism, every conflict, every unfair situation, every negative opinion, every emotional disturbance. And slowly, without realizing it, the nervous system becomes emotionally overextended from constantly fighting battles that never truly deserved access to the soul in the first place. The Stoics understood something deeply freeing. Peace depends not only on what you face, but on what you choose not to carry. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that emotional energy is limited. Every argument, every frustration, every resentment consumes part of the inner world. A person who reacts emotionally to everything eventually becomes spiritually exhausted because the mind never receives rest from constant conflict. And modern life constantly invites people into unnecessary emotional warfare. Online arguments, endless outrage, comparison, defensiveness, drama, judgment, emotional provocation everywhere. The nervous system becomes overstimulated because it keeps treating every disturbance as urgent and personally important. But wisdom begins the moment a person asks, "Does this truly deserve my peace?" This question changes everything internally. Some battles drain the soul more than they protect it. Some arguments only deepen chaos. Some people are committed to misunderstanding you. Some conflicts cannot be solved through endless explanation. Some situations only survive because your emotional reaction continues feeding them energy. The Stoics believed emotional discipline required selective investment, not emotional numbness, selective wisdom. Epictetus taught that inner freedom depends on recognizing which things truly belong to your attention and which things are simply distractions, pulling the mind away from peace. Because emotionally exhausted people often waste enormous energy fighting invisible wars, trying to control opinions, trying to win every misunderstanding, trying to fix every relationship, trying to defend themselves constantly, trying to carry emotional responsibility for things beyond their control, and over time, this endless emotional engagement quietly fractures inner calmness. The nervous system remains tense because it never stops preparing for the next emotional battle. This is why some people feel exhausted after ordinary days. Their body may not have moved heavily, but mentally, emotionally, internally, they fought dozens of unnecessary wars all day long, defending themselves internally, overthinking conversations, replaying conflicts, absorbing negativity, carrying emotional tension from situations they cannot actually control. And little by little, the soul grows tired. The Stoics understood that true strength often appears through restraint, not reaction. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people acting badly often come from ignorance, pain, fear, or limitation. Not every offense required emotional retaliation. Sometimes protecting peace mattered more than proving a point. This does not mean becoming passive or weak. It means becoming intentional. There is power in choosing where your energy goes. Some situations deserve your attention. Others only deserve your distance. A rebuilt mind learns this difference slowly. It stops chasing every emotional disturbance, stops defending itself against every misunderstanding, stops allowing temporary chaos to permanently disturb inner peace. And strangely enough, life becomes lighter when everything no longer feels like a personal battle to win. Seneca warned that people destroy themselves emotionally by becoming overly attached to external conflict. A peaceful mind cannot survive while emotionally reacting to every provocation life presents. Emotional maturity requires the ability to pause and ask, will this matter deeply later? Is this worth my nervous system? Am I protecting my peace or simply feeding my ego? These questions create emotional clarity, because many conflicts continue only because people keep emotionally investing in them. The Stoics practiced stepping back internally before reacting outwardly, not suppressing emotions completely, but examining whether engagement was truly necessary. Often, silence preserved more peace than endless emotional struggle ever could. This becomes especially important for sensitive people, people who feel deeply, who care deeply, who absorb emotional tension easily. Without boundaries around emotional investment, these individuals become overwhelmed quickly because the nervous system was never designed to carry every emotional disturbance in the world simultaneously. And maybe tonight, you no longer need to emotionally fight every battle your mind presents to you. Not every opinion deserves your attention. Not every conflict deserves your energy. Not every misunderstanding deserves your emotional exhaustion. You are allowed to step back, allowed to release unnecessary emotional warfare, allowed to preserve your peace instead of constantly proving your strength through struggle. Because the Stoics understood something emotionally overwhelmed minds often forget, inner peace is not maintained by winning every battle, but by learning which battles were never worth losing yourself inside to begin with. And after years of chasing approval, avoiding rejection, and carrying the exhausting need to keep everyone comfortable, many people wake up one day with a quiet, painful realization. They no longer know who they truly are beneath all the roles they learned to perform for acceptance. This is one of the deepest emotional losses a person can experience. Not losing other people, losing yourself slowly while trying to make sure other people stay. The Stoics understood that inner peace becomes impossible when a person lives too far away from their own nature. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to become absorbed by public approval or external expectation, because the soul weakens whenever it abandons truth for acceptance. And many people abandon themselves without even noticing it happening. At first, it begins in small ways. You stay quiet to avoid conflict. You agree even when something feels wrong inside. You suppress opinions to remain liked. You shape your personality around what others expect. You become easier, smaller, more acceptable. And little by little, the authentic self begins fading quietly into the background. People-pleasing rarely begins as manipulation. It usually begins as survival. Some children learned early that love felt conditional. Approval came through obedience, usefulness, emotional caretaking, achievement, or staying easy to manage. So they adapted. They became hyper-aware of other people's emotions, hypersensitive to rejection, hyper-focused on keeping peace around them. And over time, the nervous system learned a dangerous equation. Acceptance equals safety. This conditioning follows many people deep into adulthood. They become experts at reading rooms, experts at adjusting themselves, experts at becoming whatever version of themselves others seem most comfortable with. But while this may create temporary approval externally, it slowly erodes identity internally, because the soul cannot fully rest while constantly shape-shifting for acceptance. The Stoics believed freedom begins when your life becomes rooted in inner values instead of external validation. Epictetus warned that people who depend too heavily on approval become emotionally controlled by the opinions of others. Their peace rises and falls constantly, depending on how they are perceived. And this creates enormous exhaustion. Some people spend entire days emotionally monitoring themselves. Did I upset them? Did I say the wrong thing? Do they still like me? Should I apologize even if I did nothing wrong? The nervous system becomes trapped in endless self-adjustment, and eventually the person stops asking, "What feels true to me?" Instead, they only ask, "What keeps everyone else comfortable?" This is where identity slowly begins disappearing. The frightening part is that people-pleasers often look kind, calm, and emotionally mature outwardly, but internally, many feel deeply disconnected from themselves because so much emotional energy goes toward maintaining approval. Their real emotions remain hidden, their real needs remain ignored, their real boundaries remain weak, and the body quietly carries the exhaustion of this ongoing self-betrayal. The Stoics understood that authenticity requires courage because truth sometimes disappoints people. Saying no disappoints people. Changing disappoints people. Having boundaries disappoints people. Living honestly instead of performatively often disrupts relationships built around your self-abandonment. This is why healing feels frightening at first. When people-pleasers begin reconnecting with themselves, guilt often appears immediately. The nervous system mistakes authenticity for danger because historically, approval felt tied to emotional survival. So the body reacts strongly when you finally choose yourself. You feel guilty resting, guilty saying no, guilty disappointing expectations, guilty prioritizing your own peace, even when those choices are healthy. Seneca believed that a wise person must live according to conscience rather than applause. Because applause changes constantly, approval disappears quickly. But abandoning yourself leaves a deeper wound than rejection ever could. Many emotionally exhausted people secretly feel invisible because nobody truly knows them beneath the mask of accommodation. Others know the agreeable version, the helpful version, the easy version, but the authentic self remains hidden beneath years of emotional adaptation. And this creates deep loneliness, because true connection cannot fully exist where authenticity disappears. The nervous system also becomes chronically tense from constant self-monitoring. You overthink interactions, anticipate reactions, fear disapproval, shape your words carefully, and eventually, even ordinary conversations feel emotionally draining because the mind never fully relaxes into honesty. But the Stoics believed peace grows through alignment, thoughts, values, actions, inner truth and outer life moving together instead of constantly fighting each other. A rebuilt mind slowly learns that acceptance gained through self-erasure is not real peace. It is emotional survival, wearing the mask of harmony. Real peace begins when you stop abandoning yourself to remain emotionally acceptable everywhere. And strangely enough, identity starts returning in quiet moments. When you speak honestly without over-explaining, when you say no without drowning in guilt, when you stop shrinking your truth to protect other people's comfort constantly, when you allow yourself preferences, needs, emotions and boundaries without apologizing for existing, the nervous system softens because the inner war begins ending. No more endless performance, no more constant emotional editing, no more exhausting self-abandonment disguised as kindness, and maybe tonight you no longer need to become smaller to feel loved. Maybe your soul is tired because it spent too many years trying to earn acceptance by disconnecting from itself. You are allowed to take up space, honestly. Allowed to disappoint people who only loved the version of you that abandoned itself for them. Allowed to rediscover who you are underneath all the emotional adaptation, because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet truth. The cost of constant people-pleasing is not only exhaustion, it is slowly forgetting your own soul while trying to keep everyone else comfortable. And after carrying emotional weight for so long, many people eventually reach a point where physical sleep no longer seems to solve their exhaustion. They sleep longer, rest more, take breaks, slow down physically. Yet something inside still feels drained. The body may recover temporarily, but the inner heaviness remains. Because emotional exhaustion lives deeper than the body alone. And true recovery requires more than simply closing your eyes at night. The Stoics understood this clearly. Human beings are not machines that restore themselves through physical rest alone. They are emotional, mental, and spiritual beings shaped by thoughts, fears, memories, grief, pressure, loneliness, meaning, and inner conflict. When these deeper layers become overwhelmed for too long, the soul itself grows tired. And soul exhaustion cannot always be slept away. Some people sleep 8 hours and still wake up emotionally heavy because the nervous system never truly relaxed during the night. Thoughts continued beneath the surface. Anxiety continued. Emotional tension continued. The body rested physically while the inner world remained emotionally active. This is why emotional recovery requires more than physical sleep. The Stoics believed peace comes from harmony within the self. Marcus Aurelius reflected constantly on the relationship between inner balance and outer health. He understood that when the mind lives in conflict, the entire person suffers. Rest becomes shallow. Presence disappears. Joy fades. The nervous system remains burdened even during stillness. Many people today are physically tired, but emotionally starving. Starving for calmness, for meaning, for safety, for honesty, for emotional release, for connection. And no amount of sleep can fully restore a soul deprived of these things. This is why emotionally exhausted people often feel strange emptiness after resting physically. The body pauses, but the deeper emotional burdens remain untouched underneath. Old grief still sits inside the chest. Anxiety still circles through the mind. Loneliness still lingers quietly in the background. Emotional wounds still wait for acknowledgement. And because of this, the nervous system never fully enters deep restoration. The Stoics practiced intentional inner recovery, not only physical rest, solitude, reflection, simplicity, emotional awareness, mental discipline. These were forms of healing because they restored clarity to the inner world itself. Some people have not truly emotionally rested in years. They have distracted themselves, numbed themselves, overworked themselves, entertained themselves. But genuine emotional recovery is different from temporary escape. True restoration happens when the nervous system finally feels safe enough to release what it has been carrying silently. This is why peace matters so deeply. Not shallow relaxation, real inner peace. The kind that softens breathing, slows racing thoughts, relaxes emotional armor, allows the body to stop defending itself constantly. Without this deeper calmness, exhaustion keeps returning no matter how much physical sleep a person gets. Seneca believed that inner disturbance follows people everywhere until they address the condition of the mind itself. A restless inner world turns even comfortable environments into emotional strain. Meanwhile, a peaceful inner world brings restoration even during difficult seasons. Because true recovery is layered. The body needs sleep, the mind needs stillness, the heart needs honesty, the nervous system needs safety, the soul needs meaning. When one of these layers remains neglected for too long, exhaustion lingers quietly underneath physical rest. Many emotionally overwhelmed people also carry invisible internal conflict constantly. They suppress emotions, fight themselves mentally, carry guilt, fear judgment, chase approval, overthink endlessly, and this inner friction quietly drains enormous emotional energy every day. The Stoics understood that emotional resistance creates suffering. A person constantly fighting reality internally cannot fully recover because the nervous system remains emotionally contracted all the time. This is why acceptance becomes healing. Not passive resignation, but emotional release. Accepting imperfection, accepting uncertainty, accepting human limitation. Accepting that not every wound heals instantly. The nervous system softens when the inner war slows down. A rebuilt mind also learns that recovery requires nourishment beyond productivity. Meaningful conversations, quiet mornings, honest emotions, boundaries, solitude, connection to nature, purpose, simplicity. Moments where the soul no longer feels hunted by endless pressure. Modern life often teaches people to treat themselves like machines needing optimization, but the Stoics saw human beings differently. They understood that emotional peace is not weakness, it is restoration. And maybe tonight, your exhaustion is not a sign that you are lazy, broken, or failing. Maybe your soul has simply been carrying emotional weight that physical sleep alone was never designed to heal. Maybe your nervous system needs gentleness more than pressure. Maybe your mind needs quiet more than stimulation. Maybe your heart needs honesty more than performance. You are allowed to seek deeper restoration than simple physical rest. Allowed to recover emotionally, mentally, spiritually, not only physically, because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet truth. True healing begins when every part of you, not just the body, is finally given permission to rest. And after years of chasing approval, overworking, performing strength, and trying to become worthy through achievement, many people arrive at a deeply painful realization they rarely say out loud. No matter how much they accomplish, it never fully feels like enough. The goal is reached, the success arrives, the recognition comes, and for a brief moment there is relief. But soon after, the emptiness quietly returns. Another goal appears, another standard appears, another pressure appears, and the nervous system keeps running endlessly, chasing a feeling of worthiness that never fully stays. This is the hidden trauma behind achievement addiction, not ambition alone, but the desperate emotional need to prove value through constant accomplishment. The Stoics understood that external achievement can never permanently calm an inner world disconnected from itself. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet he constantly reminded himself that peace does not come from status, recognition, or endless striving. Because a mind searching for worth externally remains emotionally unstable, no matter how successful life appears from the outside. Many people learned very early that achievement brought safety, praise, attention, approval, love. So they adapted. They became high achievers, perfectionists, overworkers, people who constantly pushed themselves beyond exhaustion because deep down, achievement became emotionally tied to identity. If I accomplish enough, maybe I'll finally feel worthy. But the tragedy is this: achievement addiction creates temporary relief, not lasting peace. The moment one milestone is reached, the nervous system quickly moves the finish line again. More success, more productivity, more validation, more proof, because the deeper wound was never truly about achievement itself. It was about emotional insufficiency, the hidden fear of not being enough without performance. The Stoics believed true self-worth must come from character, not applause. Epictetus warned that people who build identity around external success become emotionally trapped because external achievement is unstable by nature. It can disappear, change, fade, and when worth depends entirely on accomplishment, rest becomes impossible. This is why many highly successful people secretly feel exhausted, anxious, or emotionally empty despite appearing accomplished outwardly. Their nervous system never stops striving, never stops proving, never stops fearing failure, because underneath the ambition often lives a frightened inner voice quietly asking, "Am I finally enough now?" And sadly, no amount of achievement can permanently answer a wound created by emotional conditionality. Some people grew up feeling loved only when they succeeded, only when they behaved correctly, only when they performed well. So now, even as adults, they struggle to separate existence from performance. Rest feels guilty. Slowing down feels dangerous. Failure feels emotionally catastrophic because the nervous system associates achievement with survival itself. And this creates enormous emotional exhaustion. The body becomes trapped in chronic pressure. The mind never fully relaxes. Sleep weakens. Joy becomes temporary. Presence disappears. Life starts feeling like an endless emotional test instead of something meant to be lived. The Stoics understood that endless striving without inner peace eventually hollows the spirit. Seneca warned that many people spend their entire lives chasing things they believe will finally satisfy them internally, only to discover that external success cannot heal internal emptiness. Because emotional wholeness is not earned through constant proving. It begins through acceptance. Acceptance that your worth existed before your achievements did, before the titles, before the recognition, before the accomplishments, before the approval. This truth feels deeply uncomfortable for achievement-addicted minds because they have spent years measuring value through productivity. Without goals, movement, or success, they feel emotionally lost. The nervous system became so attached to striving that stillness feels threatening. But a soul constantly chasing worth can never fully rest. The Stoics practiced inner sufficiency, not laziness, not lack of ambition, but emotional freedom from needing achievement to justify existence. Marcus Aurelius believed a wise person acts with purpose while remaining emotionally unattached to external validation. This creates a very different kind of life. You still work, still grow, still pursue meaningful goals, but no longer from desperation, no longer from emotional starvation, no longer from the fear that without success, you are nothing. And strangely enough, peace often begins returning the moment achievement stops becoming emotional survival. The nervous system softens. You breathe differently. Rest no longer feels like failure. Mistakes no longer destroy identity completely. You stop treating yourself like a machine built only for output. And perhaps most importantly, you begin reconnecting with parts of yourself that existed long before the pressure to constantly prove your worth began. The Stoics understood something modern culture constantly forgets. A person can accomplish extraordinary things and still feel internally empty if the soul never learned unconditional self-worth. And maybe tonight, your exhaustion is not because you failed to achieve enough. Maybe it comes from spending too many years trying to earn a feeling that was never supposed to depend on achievement in the first place. You do not need to constantly prove your right to exist peacefully. You do not need endless productivity to deserve rest. You do not need more applause to become worthy, because a rebuilt mind eventually learns this quiet truth. No achievement will ever feel like enough until the soul stops measuring its value by what it accomplishes and begins remembering its worth beyond performance itself. And after years of anxiety, emotional exhaustion, inner conflict, regret, pressure, and invisible mental battles, many people eventually ask the same quiet question deep inside themselves. How do I stop collapsing every time life becomes emotionally difficult? Because emotional storms are unavoidable. Loss comes, conflict comes, fear comes, disappointment comes, uncertainty comes, and for many people these storms completely overpower the nervous system. Thoughts spiral endlessly, emotions take control, sleep disappears, the mind becomes consumed by fear, anger, sadness, or panic. But the Stoics spent their lives training for these exact moments, not to become emotionless, not to become cold, but to remain internally steady even when life became chaotic around them. The Stoics understood something deeply important. Emotional storms are temporary, but the mind often makes them permanent by resisting, feeding, and fearing them endlessly. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning himself constantly to calm awareness during hardship. He reminded himself that emotions rise like storms in the sky, powerful, loud, overwhelming at times, but still temporary by nature. The problem begins when the mind believes every emotional storm will last forever. And anxious minds often believe exactly this. A painful moment arrives, and immediately the nervous system reacts as though life will never feel peaceful again. Fear says, "This feeling will destroy me." Sadness says, "I will always feel this heavy." Anger says, "I must react immediately." But the Stoics trained themselves to pause before emotionally obeying every feeling. This pause became one of their greatest forms of strength. Epictetus taught that while emotions naturally arise, suffering grows deeper when people become unconsciously controlled by their reactions to those emotions. A storm outside the mind is difficult enough. A storm inside the mind reacting to the storm creates even more suffering. So the Stoics practiced observation, not suppression. Observation. When fear appeared, they noticed it calmly. When anger appeared, they examined it. When sadness appeared, they allowed it without immediately becoming consumed by it. This created emotional endurance, because the mind slowly learned, I can experience difficult emotions without becoming destroyed by them. Modern people often panic the moment discomfort appears internally. They immediately try to escape emotions through distraction, overthinking, emotional reaction, avoidance, or numbing. But the Stoics believed peace grows stronger when the nervous system learns how to remain present during emotional turbulence instead of constantly fleeing from it. This is why they practiced stillness deliberately, breathing slowly, reflecting carefully, separating facts from emotional interpretation, returning attention to what remained within their control. Marcus Aurelius constantly asked himself, what part of this situation is actually within my power right now? This question interrupted emotional overwhelm, because emotional storms often feel unbearable when the mind tries controlling everything at once: the future, other people, uncertainty, outcomes, pain itself. But the Stoics narrowed their focus gently. Your response, your character, your actions, your thoughts, your breath. These remained yours even during chaos. And this awareness stabilized the nervous system. The Stoics also practiced accepting emotional discomfort instead of fearing it constantly. Seneca believed many people suffer more from anticipating emotional pain than from the pain itself. Fear grows stronger when the mind treats discomfort as something impossible to survive. But emotional endurance grows when the body learns, I can survive difficult feelings without collapsing. This changes the relationship with fear completely. You stop panicking every time sadness appears. You stop believing anxiety means danger automatically. You stop treating emotional pain as proof that you are broken. And slowly, the nervous system becomes steadier during storms. Another Stoic practice involved zooming outward mentally. When emotions became overwhelming, they reminded themselves how temporary human struggles truly are within the larger flow of life. Not to dismiss pain, but to prevent the mind from becoming completely consumed by the present emotional moment. Because storms feel endless when the mind forgets movement exists. But everything moves eventually. Pain shifts, fear softens, grief evolves. The nervous system changes. No emotional state remains forever. The Stoics anchored themselves in this truth repeatedly. A rebuilt mind also learns the importance of physical stillness during emotional storms. Slowing breathing, relaxing the jaw, softening the shoulders, sitting quietly instead of reacting impulsively. The body and mind constantly influence each other. Calm physical presence sends safety signals back into the nervous system slowly. This is why Stoic calmness was not weakness. It was trained steadiness, inner grounding built through repeated practice. Not the absence of emotion, but the refusal to become emotionally enslaved by every passing storm. And perhaps most importantly, the Stoics understood that emotional storms do not define identity. Feeling afraid does not make you weak. Feeling sadness does not make you broken. Feeling overwhelmed does not make you incapable of healing. Human beings experience emotional weather internally. That is part of being alive. But the mind can learn not to drown inside every storm that passes through it. And maybe tonight, you do not need to fight your emotions so aggressively anymore. Maybe your nervous system is simply asking for steadiness instead of panic. Maybe the storm inside you does not need more fear added to it. Maybe it simply needs space to move through without judgment. You are allowed to feel deeply without losing yourself completely. Allowed to breathe through uncertainty. Allowed to remain soft without collapsing. Because the Stoics understood this quiet truth. Emotional endurance is not built by avoiding storms, but by learning how to remain internally grounded while the storm slowly passes overhead. And now, as this long night of reflection slowly comes to an end, something inside you may already feel a little lighter, Not because every problem disappeared, not because life suddenly became perfect, but because the mind finally stopped running long enough to breathe again. Tonight was never about escaping life. It was about returning to yourself after carrying too much for too long. You walked through exhaustion, overthinking, emotional masking, people-pleasing, silent regret, loneliness, anxiety, suppressed anger, childhood conditioning, and the invisible pressure of constantly trying to hold everything together. And through all of it, the Stoics kept reminding us of the same quiet truth. Peace does not come from controlling the world. It comes from learning how to stop fighting yourself inside it. A tired soul does not heal through pressure. It heals through stillness, through awareness, through release, through finally realizing that you were never meant to carry every fear, every expectation, every emotional burden alone. So tonight, let your mind soften. Let your body rest. Let the unfinished things remain unfinished for now. Tomorrow can wait. The world can wait. For this moment, simply allow yourself to exist without defending, proving, fixing, or surviving. And if even one part of this journey spoke to something deep inside you, leave a comment with the words, "My mind deserves peace." Sometimes a single sentence becomes the beginning of healing not only for you, but for someone else quietly reading too. And if you want more deep Stoic reflections to help calm the mind, heal emotional exhaustion, and bring peace into your nights, subscribe to the channel and continue this journey with us. Until next time, breathe slowly, let go gently, and allow your soul the rest it has been asking for all along.